And Chair Warren.
Present. Colleagues, we have two items on the agenda today. One is an update on Glenview Park renovations, District 4, Super District 8. That was requested by Councilwoman Swearington Washington. Councilwoman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We wanted to hear an update. We had allocated some funds last year, and every time I'm going to the neighborhood meetings, I'm being questioned. So we want to make sure that those materials and items that have been addressed or allocated will be carried through. So thank you for coming in.
Thank you. Let the record show Councilwoman Pearl Walker is present. Go ahead, and Mr. Walker, please proceed.
Certainly. Yeah, no, and thank y'all for having us here this morning. No, and we certainly understand. I'll start off with just sort of a generic statement, which is that we share the concerns. One of the most difficult things about being in government is the speed at which we sometimes operate. And so with that, I will say for the people that are looking forward to these amenities in Glenview Park, not just in Glenview Park and the community center, but all of the projects that take an extended period of time. The one thing I will say that is a positive that comes from that is when things are done, they are done correctly. We have the proper evaluation of the design and the implementation of them, and we build quality things. So with that in mind, we've shared this with you, but I'm happy to put it on the record and update on that project because it's a combination of a couple of projects. But essentially, here's where we are and what the next steps are. So one of the delays, the significant delays, for anyone that's familiar with Glenview Park, is that it has some unique topography, some elevations, it slopes. There's a bowl in one part of it. And so a topographic study needed to be completed. Because of the amount of construction that's going on in the city, it took us almost 6 months to get the topography scheduled. And then when it was scheduled, there were some delays. It has finally been completed. In an effort to speed things up, normally a project like this we would do in-house. We would have our landscape architects do the design work on it. But again, in an effort to make sure that we're trying to meet the needs of the constituents, we've contracted this out. Blair Parker, who is a local WBE landscape architect firm, was able to complete the construction drawings last week. The project will go out for bid in October, and construction should start in late fall. The pavilion, benches, trash receptacles, and grills are already will be ready for use in the spring. We're also adding additional parking. So if you're familiar with the layout of Glenview, this pavilion will be sort of on the back side of it, where there is other street access in order to make sure that people aren't parking on one side of the park and hiking over to the other, or just doing street parking on the west side of the property. We're going to put in additional parking up there. And then, although it's taken a while, it should move along rather quickly. Also, to make sure that we get this done in a reasonable amount of time, the pavilion structure, trash receptacles, benches, and grills have already been purchased, are already in our possession, and already in storage. All of that should allow us to expedite this process. The outdoor tennis courts construction is under progress. That's why I said there's several things in this pie. The tennis courts are a part of the 10-year process to resurface all of the courts. And then the fitness equipment and floor was purchased in November of last year. The flooring that's in the fitness room. So it has a special floor that's in there. The gym floor was resurfaced in April of 2023, and based upon our funding schedule and how often we do it, the floor will be resurfaced again in April of 25. And then that's sort of all of the things that were brought up in the project and the concerns about Glenview. And again, I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any further questions?
That sounds good.
We appreciate that update, and let the record show that Councilman Spinoza has arrived.
Now, when we're going to do some, what was that sport? It's not pinochle.
Pickleball?
Pickleball.
So, yeah. Oh, wow. I thought I was getting out of here easy. No, so pickleball is an interesting thing. So pickleball, for those, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton is walking off. She's very familiar with pickleball. It's a rapidly growing sport. We see some uptake of it in Memphis, but not to the extent that you see in suburbs.
It's huge now.
It is huge. It is huge, and it is something that I think we will have to evaluate. But, and again, this is Nick Walker's personal opinion. I think that in terms of the list of Maslow's needs, it's not something that we're going to really focus on right now. I want us to focus on fixing the things that we have. But that being said, we talked about it. I think when we get there, I personally think Glenview Park is a great ideal location because you've already got the tennis courts over there. We would have to keep them separate. The two populations that play the sports don't necessarily get along because pickleball is real loud. But that being said, I think over by the new pavilion, it is something that we would evaluate on our roadmap to do. So thank you for bringing that up, and hopefully y'all let me skirt out on that.
I think that there is more going on with pickleball in the city than you know. I can't tell you how many people I know that have just started taking up pickleball. Yep. So we may be behind the curve on this as far as what it is trending. It is. Okay, it's trending big. Councilwoman Cooper said.
Yes, and a good example, pickleball and tennis is like duck hunting and deer hunting. It's two different sports. And you do not put a pickleball by a tennis court because it is very loud. The pickleball is just a little different. And it is, as Councilwoman Walker said, is trending, but it's been around for a minute. So you have to be very careful when you put these courts where you put them by the tennis courts.
Oh, those tennis players are so sensitive. Councilwoman Swearington Washington.
I just want to think as a council of possibly putting a pool in that area. We don't have a swimming pool in that area. And that would be great to be able to service the Glenview, Roswell, Annisdale, Cooper Young, those communities so that we will be able to have a pool. And I know that director is excited about that.
Look at him. He looks so excited. All right. Thank you, Councilwoman. We'll just leave that for another day. It's a good thought. Our item number 2 is a presentation from the Wolf River Conservancy to provide an update on Wolf River Greenway construction project. This is District 7, Super District 9. It was requested by Councilwoman Logan. She is not here, so I will sort of open this up. Now, you guys know how I have been really wanting to see a connection from downtown all the way out to our furthest Houston levee with bicycle trails. And I think that this particular area of Wolf River, where it goes underneath Jackson in that bottom land, is ripe for canoe business. It's ripe for a bicycle rental business. We have people that could use jobs in that area, and the connection that putting all this together will really help. So this is an update to let us know where we are and what we need to do as we move forward. Gentleman, name and address for the record, and then your presentation.
Oh, here we go. Got it. My name is Eric Houston. I'm the executive director of the Wolf River Conservancy, and I'll be presenting on where we are today on construction and development of the Wolf River Greenway.
Hey, Finley Fraser, I'm the project engineer, 225 Tilton, 38111.
All right, so I do believe we've got some slides that should be accompanying.
Jonathan, can you help them with those? Let's hear.
No, we had sent them in to Keisha, but they were included on the additional agenda items that were uploaded.
Let the record show that Councilwoman White is here.
Yeah, and I'm happy to just talk through.
You may need to wing it because it doesn't look like we have.
I'm perfectly happy to do that.
Here.
And then really on kind of the substance of the presentation, which we'll get to, I've printed some maps and charts out that I can hand to committee members as well if we'd like.
That'll be good, and we'll have those copied for everyone if you don't have enough copies.
So the Wolf River Conservancy is an accredited land trust. We've been around since 1985. The mission of the Wolf River Conservancy is to preserve and protect land in the Wolf River watershed, so the 522,000 acres that includes portions of Shelby County, Fayette County, Hardin County, Benton County, Mississippi, and Marshall County, Mississippi. And so one half of our business is in the protection and conservation of land in the watershed. Why that's important is wetlands in those areas are in the recharge zone of the Memphis Sand Aquifer. And so we provide protection for the quality of the drinking water in our community. And so that's one of the reasons we were founded. But that mission has evolved into creating opportunities for the Memphis community to connect with the green spaces around them. And one of the ways that we endeavor to do that is the development and construction of the Wolf River Greenway. And so we are a very valuable nonprofit partner to the city of Memphis as well as Shelby County. We've invested more than $21 million into the Greenway project. The Wolf River Conservancy has donated 6.2 miles of greenway, covering 37 acres of trail right-of-way. In total, for the Greenway project to date, the Wolf River Conservancy has increased public parkland by 345 acres within the city limits of the city of Memphis. So once completed, the Wolf River Greenway will be 26 miles long, going from the Mississippi River out to the Germantown Greenway in East Memphis. It's connecting 22 different neighborhoods. And at last estimate, we've got 180,000 residents of the city of Memphis within a 20-minute walk of the Wolf River Greenway. So we're looking to connect communities in partnership with the city parks. We operate the Wolf River and Discover the Greenway 5K races. We operate the Restoration Series along the Greenway that happens every spring, where we are doing service projects throughout the community. We work with more than 7,000 educational participants in our programming, and we're continuing to make staff investments into outreach into neighborhoods to get them connected to the green spaces along the open areas of the Greenway. We've currently got 14 miles of the Wolf River Greenway open. And again, that is in development with or in partnership with the city of Memphis and Shelby County. So if you'll take a look at the handouts, we've got a map here, as well as a chart that shows where we are on progress. But what you'll see is we've got a couple of areas in blue that are under development currently by the city of Memphis. That's Phase 15 and Phase 6A, as well as 5C. The Shelby County is developing Phases 6, 7, and 10A. And the Wolf River Conservancy is developing what we call the critical link, which is 12A1, 12A2, and 12B, as well as 13. And so if we go ahead and flip over to the chart here, you can see progress on different phases of what's happening. So much of the development has been complete, but if we take a look at the top here, we've got Phase 5C, which is currently in the City of Memphis Engineering Department. And preliminary design for that phase, Phase 5C, which is a co-located phase on the Chelsea Avenue Green Line, is in development, preliminary design until the second quarter of 2025. Phase 6, we are out to bid on that phase right now, and we'll begin construction shortly. And that one will be completed in Q2 of 2025. 6A is part of the RAISE grant that the city was recently awarded, and the Wolf River Conservancy worked with the city of Memphis to obtain that $21 million grant from USDOT. That one is in preliminary design. The Wolf River Conservancy is responsible for the design and engineering of phases 6A and 10B, and we are in that engineering process and that design process right now. We imagine that construction on phases 6A and 10B will begin in the fourth quarter of 2026. Phase 7 is in design and permitting right now, and we are working alongside Shelby County to develop additional design plans for that. Phase 10A is nearing completion right now, and so we are responsible for the construction of that phase. We talked about 10B. Phase 12A1 will be going under construction later this year. Phase 12A1 is one that we're particularly proud of up in Councilwoman Logan's district. 12A2 will be going to construction this year as well. 12B is in design and permitting and will be completed in Q4 of 2025. Phase 13 is in design and permitting. We'll begin construction later next year, and that one will be completed by the end of next year. Phase 15 is a city-led phase, and that is, you'll see on the map, what connects the Mud Island section down to the Chelsea Avenue Green Line. It's a very large section. That one is in design and permitting with an estimated construction start date of mid-2026. And the co-located area, the Chelsea Avenue Green Line, is a project that obviously the city is working on. They're in design and permitting, and that is estimated to go into construction in mid-2025. And so Mayor Young has made the construction and development and engineering of the Wolf River Greenway a priority. We are participating in monthly meetings with Director Walker, City Engineer Director Bellin, and others to provide monthly updates on engineering and construction progress to the mayor and find ways to collaborate and break through roadblocks. Ultimately, the Wolf River Greenway, once completed, will be a $90 million Greenway project, which sounds like a large number, but really is incredible value when you look at the price tags of greenways in other communities. And that number is nearly fully funded already to date. And so we're very proud of that fact. But we are grateful to be in partnership with Shelby County as well as the city of Memphis. We found that our city partners have been trustworthy and great to work with thus far, and that's continuing under the Young administration.
Thank you. I'd let the record show Councilwoman Logan has arrived, and she has arrived questioning Councilwoman Logan.
Good morning, and please forgive me for turning this. Not necessarily questions, just wanted to make certain that we all were aware and kept abreast of what's going on with Wolf River. I know there are projects like this all over the country, and I wanted to, kind of just share where our Wolf River Greenway fares nationally, what the barriers are to completion, what the asset or the benefit is to completing, and what council can do to support that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Councilwoman. So
You probably touched on some of them, but if you could, from that perspective.
yes, ma'am. So, right now, many of the phases are already completed. As I mentioned earlier, we've got 14 miles open in communities throughout the city. We've got another, the remaining 12 miles in development right now with a full greenway slated to be completed by the first quarter of 2029, with many phases being done well before then. And so benefits to the community, obviously, it is an incredible recreational resource for residents of the city of Memphis, but it's also a vital transportation corridor for many of the residents. It is providing opportunities for residents to travel between neighborhoods, and in the case of phases 6A and 10B, cross transportation barriers that were created that separated neighborhoods historically that were connected. And so there's health outcomes to greenways, there's recreational opportunities that are being created, and overall, we see an incredible benefit to the quality of life for Memphians with the development of this project.
Once it's completed, you all will have, who will be responsible for programming to bring that to fruition and to make certain that we're utilizing it or maximizing this opportunity for increased transportation, mobility, health, and all of that, to actually see that come to fruition?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. We view the Wolf River Greenway as an incredible asset that is being developed in partnership with the city and the county, and we are hopeful that it will continue to be treated like the asset that it is. What we have found in city parks is that they are a willing and excellent partner in developing programming along the Greenway. Right now, we're working with Director Walker's departments on creating some programming for the spring around movie nights at different trailheads along the Greenway. And Director Walker and his team have been very open to suggestion from us on maintenance on the Greenway. Currently, they maintain the Greenway. We have an MOU along the Greenway where they're managing mowing and other maintenance tasks. And Director Walker and his team have been very open to suggestion as they develop maintenance standards across the Parks Department as a whole. And so right now, our view is that the role of the Wolf River Conservancy is to advocate for the development of the Greenway and for the use of the Greenway for the benefit of the community. And the proper agent to do that, in our opinion right now, is the City of Memphis Parks Department, long term.
So in terms of funding,
Yeah, as I was about to say,
the county have skin in the game, as well as, since it's a joint thing that you all are doing, this maintenance agreement or MOU, is it just City of Memphis? Is the county involved?
I don't know. So it's I don't believe that at the end of the day, any of this will be on county property. The way it works is that there is a trail easement, and if I start veering off, they're gonna correct me here. But essentially, the way it works is there is a trail easement on either city-owned, county-owned, privately, or Wolf River Conservancy-owned property across the 26 miles. And the sole agent for maintaining the entire 26 miles will be Memphis Parks.
Is there a fundraising arm through the Conservancy for the Greenway?
Yeah, absolutely. And so we do work with a number of institutional partners to fundraise towards, engineering costs, design costs, and construction costs. As far as programming costs, that is something that we are continuing to fundraise towards. A portion of our capital campaign is geared towards outreach and marketing for the Wolf River Greenway. And so we'll continue to raise dollars towards that and work with city parks on that. But ultimately, I do believe that it would be up to the council, and I'll let Director Walker speak more about this, but up to the council to
so once you all build it, you're going to hand it over. Like, we got to be careful. We have to be mindful, and you have been great partners and great on doing this, but the decision to do it has to include maintenance, has to include funding moving forward on anything that we do. So we really have to slow things down and think through the whole process, because now somebody got to pay for it. You got to pay for safety. You got to make sure it's kept real well, and the bridges are, continue to be maintained and those types of things. It is a great asset if it is maintained well and if it's safe. Otherwise, it's just 16 miles of trails that's unkept. Yes. But so that's something that I'm interested in, and we need to include that in our updates since we're getting near the end of completion.
Mr. Walker, if you could you bring us plans of how this maintenance contract has been set up and how we're doing it, what's going to cost us long term.
Well, and I think actually this Chief Adams has brought this up quite a few times, and I believe council as a body have brought this up, particularly during budget season. It's not a new problem. Like for decades upon decades upon decades, cities have built stuff because it's really exciting to put a name on something. It's not as exciting to take care of it. And so as a city, we need to continue when we come to you during the budget process with maintenance costs, with increased expenses for park operations, with increased capital expenses to maintain and deal with deferred maintenance. That's how we deal with it, because it shouldn't be an either or, to your point. We should take care of the new things and we should maintain the things we have now, because that's what you have to do. So, but no, to your point, there's pretty much a cost per linear foot for everything, because it's not just this. We just took on the Heights line as well. So we're happy to share that with you and make sure that you're fully up to speed on those
The
things.
Heights line is
Yeah.
now Memphis, we own that, City of Memphis?
It's on our streets.
It's on our streets, yeah. So
National, okay.
Yep.
So as Chairman said, if you could bring that
Yes, ma'am.
back, and I'll include what the maintenance look like, you know, the cost, but what is included in that and where is safety in that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, thank you, I yield back.
And I think as we move forward, what we're going to see is we will see businesses develop along this trail that will be beneficial for local neighborhoods. Restaurants tend to pop up along these, people renting bicycles for tourists. And also, I'm interested in seeing what this is going to do to the canoeing and that sort of tourism that we can now bring into Memphis, which is pretty much outside of Memphis at this point. We don't really have that sort of business that I know of in the city at this point, do we?
Yeah, and I'll speak to that just one second. To Councilwoman Logan's comment about the maintenance. One thing to keep in mind and to be mindful of is today we have 14 miles of the Greenway open, and every year we're going to be opening more and more miles, which puts additional strain on city parks. And so when we're done, it's 26 miles. So we're roughly halfway there. So in 6 years, Director Walker is going to need the resources to maintain 26 miles instead of 14 miles. So that's just something to keep in mind, that the cost today is going to go up because we are opening more, but it's a greater asset when it is complete.
Excuse me, when you say 26 miles, now, is this the green print, you know, the regional green print? And the reason why I asked about that is there some funding, federal funding for all, you know, for the 26 miles or any other miles outside of?
Generally, what you find with federal funding for infrastructure projects is that it is design and construction costs is what they will help fund. The nice thing about this, and I don't want them to, when you hear 26 miles, it's real scary, right? We're talking about 12-foot wide sections of path plus green space on either side that needs to be sprayed and maintained. This is not a traditional park environment. It's still a cost, but per square foot, it is much more like maintaining a road than it is maintaining a park. The assets, the benches, the trash cans, all that stuff is different than roads, but we can get there, I think is what I'm really trying to say. It is within our means to take care of this 26 mile stretch of trail.
Including cutting down the trees that fall, cutting back the trees that overgrow.
We just
all of
hired an
that.
arborist, and this is
Okay.
something you're going to hear me advocate strongly for over the next couple of budget cycles, is we need more tree trimming crews. Because much like President McGowan says over at MLGW, if you don't take care of them, they're going to take care of you.
Right, absolutely. That's what I mean. So when you
Yes,
come
ma'am.
back, we need a holistic budget for all of that. From the spraying to keep the grass, you know, and the waterways that are along the way clean, and the bridges, you know, it needs to be comprehensive so we'll know what we're looking at each year, not just, we got a new park and we're gonna cut some grass. So I would appreciate that, and thank you all for being great partners in getting it started. and I'm glad that you all are working on some funding for programming to help, and will continue to be great partners.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. You're back.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Seeing no other people in the queue, we are now adjourned.
Good morning. The October 1st meeting of the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Services Committee to the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Johnson, soon to be Mrs. Pierce, please call the roll.
Thank you. I got engaged this weekend. Councilman Ford. Councilman Spinoza. Dr. Warren. Councilman Walker. Chair Swearingen Washington.
Present. Thank you, soon to be Mrs. Pierce. We have one item in today's committee. The first item is a resolution approving a 5-year lease for the use of the right-of-way of the south side of George W. Lee Avenue, consisting of 6 parking spaces in Memphis, Tennessee, 38103, District 7, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion and a second? All right, it's been moved by Councilman Spinoza and second by Dr. Warren. Who from the administration will be speaking on this item?
Carlton Osborne, Manager of Real Estate, 125 North Main. FedEx Corporation Logistics has requested that we lease them 6 parking spaces on Lieutenant George W. Lee Avenue between South 2nd Street and B.B. King. It's for a 5-year lease with an option to extend for additional 5 years, and we're asking for your approval for the 5-year lease.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Councilwoman Logan has joined us. All right, if there's no further discussion on this item, we'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. All right, it is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Councilman Spinoza?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Could we add same night minutes to this? And I totally forgot, Director Bellin, and I spoke about this beforehand. Without objection, same night minutes.
All right. All those in favor for same night minutes, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, it is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it, and it will be same night minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
All right. Well, if there are any other concerns.
Ms. Green, will you please do the roll call?
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilman Warren. Councilwoman White. Chair Green.
Present. All right, we have 3 items on the agenda today, and if it's okay with the members, what I am going to do, since they're all interrelated, is read them in at once so that we can consider them and talk to them. I understand there is also a request for same-night minutes. I'm going to suggest that we hold that request and take it up separately after we talk about the agenda items. So item 1 is a resolution requesting the Memphis City Center Revenue Finance Corporation to issue its economic development revenue bond in the principal amount not to exceed $30 million and to loan the proceeds thereof to the city of Memphis, Tennessee for the purpose of funding a portion of the project and for other purposes set forth herein. Consenting to the terms regarding the issuance, sale, and delivery of the economic development revenue bond and authorizing the city of Memphis, Tennessee to accept such borrowing from the Memphis City Center Revenue Corporation, Finance Corporation for the purpose set forth herein, authorizing the preparation, execution, and delivery of a trust indenture, a loan agreement, a bond purchase documents with respect to the financing, and authorizing certain other matters and all necessary actions with respect to the foregoing. District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Item number 2 is a resolution to approve and accept $1.5 million in tourism surcharge revenue funds for the Center City Revenue Finance Corporation to be used as earnest money and for the anticipated closing costs related to the purchase of the Sheraton Hotel, District 7 and Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. And item 3 is a resolution approving the transfer of the city's acquired interest in the Sheraton Hotel to the Memphis City Center Development Corporation, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I have a mover and a second?
Second.
Moved by Ford Sr., seconded by Warren. We now have joined us Chairman Smiley and Councilwoman Yolanda Cooper Sutton for the record. All right, is there anyone here from the administration to speak on this item?
Hello, Mayor Paul Young, and I'm here with our team, and we are certainly excited to answer any questions that you all may have. I wanted to just kind of open it up with a brief presentation. I know we had a presentation last week, but this will kind of be a refresher, and certainly in response to some of the questions that we've had over the last week as we've had discussions with each of you. We want to try to answer those and look forward to getting to the end of this and answering any more of your questions. So with that said, I just want to kind of give a little bit of context and take a step back from this project specifically and talk about downtown Memphis as a whole. And many of these will be things that you've probably heard before, but I just want to put it in context. Downtown, as you know, is the billboard for our whole region. If we are going to advance as a community, we have to ensure that we are showing visible progress in what is our billboard, and that's downtown Memphis. And we have some key opportunities in downtown to make it move up or down. We're at a tipping point as a city. As you all know, we have major issues around public safety, major issues with transit, housing, all issues that we as a community talk about every day and you all hear every day. And all of those things are present in downtown. We have some large swaths of vacant land projects that were on the books years ago have been stalled. So things like the Walk, things like the Pinch District, those projects have been on hold for some time. And the question is, what is going to be the thing, the catalyst that's really going to push downtown over the top? We've had some recent wins with projects like Tom Lee Park and the Brooks Museum, which is currently under construction. And the question is, how do we get the economic vibrancy that we truly need for our downtown economy? Because we know it impacts our whole city. This is one of those projects that I believe is very, very important for our economic vitality as a city. What we cannot afford as a community is to have another tower in downtown Memphis go dark, or to be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and it become a 1-star or 2-star hotel attached to our $200 million investment at our convention center. There was a conversation or a text that I got rather from a business owner in downtown Memphis, and this was just a week or two ago. And I don't even know what convention it was, but they were just giving us praise, us as a community praise for the conference that was just held, because they had such an amazing week with all of the patrons that had come to their business. That's just one example of the impact that our convention center has on small businesses in downtown Memphis. So it really is an economic impact having a hotel that's going to allow us to attract more conferences and events. And so I'm going to dive into the Sheraton, and we'll go through this again as quickly as possible. You all heard this last week. This is a 600 room hotel with 2 towers. We know that it's in poor condition. There's about 200 rooms that we know have been unusable. These calculations come from our convention center group, which shows that they've had losses as a result of the hotel not being up to par, around 42,000 room nights of demand between 2019 and 2023. And we know that with a quality hotel attached, we will be able to attract larger conventions. And I think I said this stat last time, that we actually need about 1,500 to 1,600 rooms to support our convention center, new rooms. And so getting those hotel rooms online will help us address at least a portion of that. This conversation, while I know that it feels rushed and it came before you quickly, and I can understand your frustration, this is a short sale. And so things certainly have happened quickly. And as I recounted at the last dialogue, we started this conversation with the potential buyers back in roughly June-ish of this year, when they secured a contract to purchase. As we went through the process, their contract expired, and we were trying to strategize on how we could still move forward. And it made more sense for us to become the buyer, because it gives us an opportunity to control the destiny of the project and to participate in the upside of the resale to the nonprofit when the project ultimately transfers after the 2-year period. And so just to summarize where we are and what we are proposing to purchase this hotel for $22 million, which is under market value. We would issue tax-exempt bonds not to exceed $30 million, and the reason it is higher is because we want to include the funding for the architecture and design so that we can actually move forward with the sale to a nonprofit entity. This nonprofit entity would purchase the hotel from the city, and we would recoup our investment, and we will also be able to use any overages for additional economic development or whatever we choose as a community. Once that is executed, the project will be redeveloped using the design that we put forth during this interim period, and it will be managed. The property will be managed by that nonprofit that will have an advisory board. The advisory board will have 5 members, 3 of which we will be able to appoint. And so we will have direct say in how the property is being managed long term. All of these things are really important because as we think about the economic benefit, it's also important, in addition to who the developer is, it's important who are the contractors, who are the suppliers. All of those things are opportunities for us to determine how the economic impact really hits our community. I'm going to keep moving through. I think I covered some of this as I was talking through it. What will certainly be asked of us in this body when we get to the point of moving forward with a nonprofit is going to be some of those traditional incentives that we've seen proposed for other hotel deals, like the sales and use tax. It's a 5% sales tax plus the 2.5% local option sales tax. This is something that the Lowe's Hotel currently already has assigned to it. As we know, that project did not move forward, so we would be asking to move that and apply it to this project. The 5% TDZ or tourism surcharge that already exists on the project right now would be transferred, as well as a request for a pilot for the project to make it financially feasible. And I talked about the board of directors and the advisory board. And so this is just a image of a mock-up of what it could look like. Obviously, we hadn't done the full A&E right now, but this just shows a refreshed hotel next to our refreshed convention center. And so I'll stop there and answer any questions that you might have. And certainly we have the rest of our team, our finance director, not director anymore, chief, CFO, our chief operating officer, as well as Andre Walker, our deputy CFO.
Okay, I want to state for the record that Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas has arrived, Councilman Spinoza, Councilwoman Walker, and Councilman Canali. I have a few speakers in the queue, and I have a few questions myself, but I'm going to let others go first, starting with Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess as I was trying to understand this transaction, part of the issue isn't just buying the hotel, like who owns it. Part of the issue is the hotel is so old and debilitated that it's going to require, and I've heard $150 to $200 million in rehab, and there's not a private developer that's going to want to come in and put that in. And that's one of the reasons that the city is involved in this deal. Is that correct? Is we're going to have to put a significant amount of money into bringing that hotel up to the quality that we need to match our convention center?
Yeah, it's certainly going to take a significant amount of money. Obviously, we are proposing to work with the team that had the previous contract on the property. So there was private interest. But
what is that team?
That team is made up of Tyrone Burrows, Carolyn Hardy, Carlisle LLC, and Charles Winton.
And that whole team is going to be the team that will sort of manage the nonprofit or work with the nonprofit board? How does that work?
No, so it works in two ways. So there's the first phase, which is once we acquire the property has to be managed. We don't want to be the ones managing a hotel. And so the team will serve as the operator. So they will get a lease for the property and operate it during that 2-year period, the interim period that we're holding it. The second phase is the nonprofit would acquire the hotel. The nonprofit hires a developer at a fee, not a traditional developer that will develop and own, but develop at a fee. This team will serve as the developer for the property.
And where will their funds come from to develop this property?
So the funds will come from the bond issuance that the nonprofit will issue that will be secured by those things that I talked about here with the TDZ surcharge and all of those different tools.
Okay, and that bond issue that we're talking about, that's the investment in the hotel that I asked the first question about. Is that correct?
Correct.
And
that's the money that is intended to truly upgrade it.
When we issue bonds that will be covered by the taxes that will be on the hotel. And during this time period, it will already be rehabbing the hotel to a degree to make it functional?
There will be paint up, fix up, but there won't be significant renovations because the revenues won't be there until you issue the broader bonds.
And we're looking at that 2 years from now.
Up to 2 years, yes. We're going to move as quickly as possible, but we wanted to be conservative with our time estimate, which is why we're saying 2 years.
And down the road, it's 10 or 20 years afterwards, then the nonprofit returns this property to the city to sell. Is that correct?
Correct. Correct. So after the bond, the term of the bonds, which would be, I'm assuming 20 to 30 years. 30-year bond period. After 30 years, it would transfer back to the city.
Okay, now, on that, we're already seeing that we're gonna have to spend a significant amount to bring it up to snuff. What do we think it's gonna be worth in 30 years?
I can't estimate the value.
you know, so-
I can assure you that there will be a need to figure out another approach to get it renovated again.
Okay.
After 30 years.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. JSW?
I wanted the mayor to please state for the record, because I had received a lot of emails, that there will not be any additional taxes raised for this hotel.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I received a number of comments as well. First, I want to be clear that we're not using the general operating fund to pay $22 million. I know that many are concerned because we just went through a very difficult budget season. And I feel that pain and frustration from that budget season. And the increase in taxes was not so that we can do this. The increase in taxes was to ensure that we have a strong financial future with strong reserves for the city. What we would be using to do this are bonds. And so our cash flow out will be the bond payments over the next 2 years until such time that we are reimbursed. And our team can tell you the specific estimates for what we expect the bond payments to be over that 2-year period. But this is not something that, we're asking the taxpayers to pony up $22 million, $30 million for at the drop of a dime. We're going to issue bonds to get the broader amount, and we will be on the hook for those bond payments.
What would be the financial benefit that we would be able to see as citizens?
I think the biggest financial benefit will be a stronger convention industry for downtown. If you can think about the financial impact of when Kojic comes into town, or when you have large conventions, and how many small business owners have people that are coming to patron their business, that happens because of having a strong convention center. And if you talk to the convention experts, what they'll tell you is that people that are looking, the meeting planners, when they're going to all of these different cities, one of the questions that they're asking is, where are my people going to stay? And they don't want to stay in a whole lot of different hotels. So it's great to have 100-room hotels pop up here and there. But what we truly need to support our industry are large convention center hotels with 300 plus rooms in them. And this allows us to keep our largest hotel in downtown with 600 rooms open, alive, and ready for business to keep our economy flourishing.
On that note, could we briefly hear from someone from the convention center, Madam Chair? Brother Dennis, Mr. Dennis, I'm thinking I'm at church. Mr. Dennis.
Good morning.
Could you share the impact of us not doing this deal?
Certainly.
What's your take on it?
Please state your name and title for the record.
Certainly, yeah. I'm Dean Dennis. I'm the general manager of the Renaissance Convention Center. The mayor stated it better than I could, and I've been in the industry 25 years, so it's really about the impact. We have 3,000 AutoZoners and vendors coming in over there today, and the impact that they create when they come to your community is substantial. And so this, I again have said it publicly, that applaud the administration's efforts to make this move forward. We have a record of those conventions that won't come because of the quality of the hotel. Most recently, KOA Campgrounds said, we'd love to come to Memphis, think about it. We want to continue to think about it, but it's not to the standards that we need to make it work. We have lots of examples of that. And he's right. It's not just that we have little hotels. You need the big convention center hotels. And cities across the country have realized that and done that to make public ownership of the hotel because you've got the asset next door that is so important. So I don't know if I answered your question specifically, but we're very thankful that this is moving forward, and it's in our I'm speaking for our salespeople. They're very happy to see it move forward.
Thank you. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Mr. Kane, I wanted to give you an opportunity if you also wanted to chime in.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Am I on there? Okay, Kevin Kane, 47 Union Avenue, Memphis Tourism. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to point out a couple of things that about the Memphis landscape. In downtown Memphis, we have 4,080 rooms. That's spread out between 25 hotels in downtown Memphis, what we consider downtown Memphis. If you back out the two largest hotels, which are the Sheraton and the Peabody, Sheraton is 625% larger than the second largest hotel in the entire market, which is the Peabody at 464 rooms. When you back those two out, that means the average size of our hotels is about 130 rooms per hotel. That is a real challenge when we bring in groups like Church of God in Christ, the AutoZoners that are here, a lot of the St. Jude events, a lot of FedEx events. That's just the local users. And I'm calling Church of God in Christ a local user because this is their spiritual home here in Memphis, even though they have been in other cities over the last few years until a couple of years ago. This hotel is, without a shadow of a doubt, the most important hotel that we have. And we have 250 hotels in Shelby County. This is the largest hotel. It is attached to our convention center, which basically makes it part of our convention product. And if that hotel is not firing on all cylinders, it creates a tremendous hardship for our ability to attract lucrative pieces of business to our community that generate millions of dollars of revenue. The state of Tennessee just released a report just 2 weeks ago that Shelby County generated $4.2 billion in economic spend, not economic benefit, economic spend revenue in Shelby County. That's over $200 million in tax dollars that was generated from this industry, with a lot of that coming from our hotel users throughout this community. And while we have a very robust leisure travel sector, visitors that come here literally from all over the world, that stay in our hotels all throughout the city, support the close to 50,000 hospitality workers in Memphis and Shelby County, because if we don't have hotels, people will not be going to the Civil Rights Museum, or they will not be going to Graceland, they will not be going to the zoo. If we don't have hotels, then we don't have visitors. It's that simple. And our visitor count in Memphis and Shelby County this past year was 13.5 million. And I know we spend a lot of time talking about how challenging things are in our community, but hospitality and tourism is a very strong economic tool. So it's very important that we get this hotel right. At 600 rooms, it is 25% larger than any hotel we have in Shelby County. We only have 6 hotels in the entire city that's larger than 300 rooms. And we need large full-service hotels to support the convention and meetings industry. And I will tell you, there's probably not another city in America that only has 6 hotels that are larger than 300 rooms, and they have close to 30,000 hotels. I think we have 28,000 hotel rooms in Shelby County, and we only have 6 hotels larger than 300. We are dominated by small select service hotels, which makes it very difficult for the convention meetings market. So I would encourage the council to take this serious look at this, because this hotel has been a handicap for us for many, many years, many years. And the city saw the wisdom to improve the convention center. We now have one of the best convention centers in the United States at a convention center their size. So we got to get this hotel fixed. Thank you.
Thank you. And I am going to allow Councilwoman Swearingen Washington to follow up, and then don't leave your seat because there are some people who've said they have some questions for you. But after your follow-up, we're going to go to Councilwoman Logan.
Yes, Madam Chair. Is there any way that we could hear from the co-developers and co-managers since they're here today? Mr. Burrows?
Let's hold that. Let's put a pin in that. We'll get back to that, but let me run through the queue before we bring up more presenters, okay? Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for this presentation. Okay, so I'm speaking to the Chamber, City of Memphis, Shelby County, the Convention and Visitors Bureau, Downtown Memphis Commission, State Department of Tourism, and EDGE. All of us are responsible for this situation that we're in. Not the taxpayers, not just the council, everybody that I named, and there are still some that should have been on this. And, you know, it's a sad day when we are pressed like we're pressed. We've been knowing since 22 when the Sheraton came to us and told us their situation. They came and did a whole big old spiel, wanted some money. We have been in this situation since then. So if it wasn't dire then, it's not as dire as you're saying now. We have to think about what we're doing because this, as you all have stated this morning, could make or break our city. And for something that huge, for us to take this lightly, we got a 400-page, I think it was 400-page report yesterday. We got all this information in the last couple of weeks, and this is how we're supposed to manage our most prized asset. I do understand that something has to be done. I do not believe that there is not a plan B. I know there is a plan B, and if it's not, everybody I just named, everybody up here, and all of you are not doing your job for the taxpayers if we do not have a plan B. Now, you all have seen on the news and have said we're not in the hotel industry. So we purchased this hotel. Where is I asked for several times the inspection report. Where is it? Because we're buying a whole building, 600-room building that has been in disrepair for a long time. How do we know what we're buying? Who's going to pay for if there's plumbing issues, if there's electrical issues, where is it? I've asked for it four times. I have yet to get it. I read this memo from, I was going to say judge, that might be prophesying, to attorney. He said, no, that definitely is a lie. But asked for that. I did get the memo. The memo states that the hotel was last renovated in 2014.
Councilwoman, before we continue with that.
Okay, well, that's okay. That's okay. Don't worry about that. I would like to see the inspection report. I understand that and you said that you all have said this morning, Mary said this morning, and I am totally team Young. But right here, I got to be team Memphis and Memphis citizens, as you are as well. But I know you have a broader scope. I want to bring it on down to who's going to pay the bill and what are the bills. We don't know. And all of that is important to me, as I'm sure it's important to you, because once we purchase, we signed it out of line, we pay for it, it's ours. We have to pay for if there are plumbing issues, electrical issues, if we already know it's a mess. So I would like to know what kind of mess we're getting into, one. And the second thing I wanted to know is what is the guarantee, the time frame and the guarantee on all of these different transactions? I have, we have you just told us who's going to do it. Mm-hmm. We don't know who these people are. We don't know when it's going to happen. How long are we going to have this acquisition before it is sold or given away? How long the bonds, you said the cash flow out, how much is that? How much will the taxpayers be on the hook for each month in paying this back? And what will that get us, these bonds? I know you all sent some information about that, but I think we need to really look at what we're doing because, for something this important, did we have a nationwide search for somebody to come in to purchase this? I know for sure we didn't reach out to the National Association of Black Hotel Owners and Operators and Development. We did not reach, and that's just one simple one. So I'm trying to find out what, where we're going, and I know I've heard that, we better hurry up and sell it because it might be on the auction block. Well, it also can be on a quick sale to somebody else. It doesn't have to be on auction. They just want to get it off the books. But if we find somebody that can come in with the money and purchase it and have the money for the renovations, that's a whole nother conversation. If we put together a team with those that already started and some other people that have the money to do it, who are buying hotels all over this country and abroad, then that can be an option. Us purchasing it, and then looking at the options, or us not. If we don't, what is the option? These are questions that I have along with some others, and I know we're going to get into the conversation. I know, there's been a lot of dialogue about it, but there has not been a lot of dialogue about what is going to be our responsibility as a city to pay for this during the interim, and what is our guarantee that these entities, such as the LLC, all of these nonprofits and the people that are going to come by it, what is the guarantee that they are going to operate as we say? We don't even know who they are. We asked the other day, who is Providence? We asked the other day, who is the nonprofit? We asked the other day, who is going to be? So we've heard some acronyms, but we don't know for certain. Has anybody signed a paper? The contract. What is the plan for that? What is the plan for the transfer? How long will that be? What will it include? All of these things I would like to know before I vote yes, because it's very important. This hotel is one of the most major decisions that we will make. And I don't think you all have allowed it to get to this point to where if we don't do it today, the sky gonna fall out. I know there has to be a plan B, and I will circle back after we all complete. I know my colleagues have the floor, but I just refuse to believe that all of these entities and all these people in this room, this is all we got.
Thank you,
I yield back.
Councilwoman Logan. I appreciate that. And I think some of those questions are things that are going to be a little bit more in depth than we're going to be able to cover in this committee. We have a plan for the rest of the day, which we'll explain after I get a few more comments in. I still have in the queue Cooper, Sutton, White, Walker, and Canale. If you'll indulge me just a few seconds before I return the floor to my council members, I think I just want to follow up in line with Councilwoman Logan. I, too, have a lot of questions and concerns. I expressed some of them last week. I have continued to try to do my homework. As she said, documents continue to be given to us very last minute. There are hundreds of pages, and we want to be thorough. The attorney in me wants to, dot every I and cross every T. But, basic information that I would like answers to that I have not seen in the documents provided, that I think the public has reached out to me in similar veins to what I'm hearing from my colleagues is, you gave us this sheet, which I've now written all over, last week with the trend, and it's not clear to me, even if we take over the hotel, that the trend will change. We don't have proof of that. And, as Councilman Warren said, it's what happens in 30 years, we're putting another council in this same spot, and that's troublesome for me. I'm not 100% clear why we believe the city has to be involved unless a bank has told us that they have to be involved because they can't get it done any other way, and that is concerning. because you did provide examples in this handout of other cities that have gone out for bonds for things, but they're not for hotels. They are for science centers and music halls and the Lincoln Center. And when I researched other cities that were doing this or have done this, like Baltimore, they're trying to get out of it. They had surplus funding during ARPA times, and just like what you're telling us today, wanted to turn around their downtown, wanted to invest in their economic and tourist center, and they had the funds, you know, unlike us who we've just had to raise taxes because we don't have funds for our basic services. They had funds to do it, and they're trying to get out of it. And so it's concerning to me, and there are so many questions and blanks that even with the documents we've provided have not been filled in. I know some of them, we don't know who's going to do architecture and design and things like that. That will be hopefully put out for bid. But while we're owning it for 2 years, to Councilwoman Logan's point, you know, who's going to be doing the rehab? Who's going to be doing the plumbing? Who is going to be on this nonprofit board that we only have one seat on? I understand there's an advisory board. I understand how advisory boards work. They don't have a vote. So there are so many questions. And as we found ourselves in budget time, we're being pressed to spend, and whether this is out of general funds or it's us issuing bonds, these are taxpayer dollars. Mm-hmm. Millions upon millions of dollars for projects that we just don't have full information on. And it makes me uneasy. So I just wanted to echo your sentiments. And I'll just give a preview to other people. We're going to have more time today to ask and delve in more on this. But I do want to get to my colleagues who have already gotten in the queue before I go to Chairman Smiley.
Can I just respond to
Yes.
both those sentiments? Because I think they're important, and I definitely understand where you guys are coming from. I think it's important to think about this as an opportunity. Like, we have the opportunity to step in and save this structure. The question around what is the plan B? The plan B is the owner's plan. The owner's plan is to auction the property. And the question is that what we want? Because that is the plan B. We don't own it. Unless we own it, we can't call the shots. We can't dictate what they do with the property that they legally own. And their plan is to get it off the books by the end of this year. And while the project goes back many years, and 2 years ago when they came to us, they were asking us about incentives for them to upgrade their property, which we thought was a great plan if they were going to do it. They have since retracted on that, and they have said that this asset is not worth their investment. And so they have written it off. And so the question is, do we write it off? Do we write it off as a community? And I think that we have to step up and invest in our community and bet on ourselves. And that's what we are doing, is betting on ourselves to be able to work this thing out. We have incredible people that are working, and I understand the notion around not having enough detail, but there are people that are working tirelessly on this, and we're crossing the I's and dotting the T's, and what we're asking you all to do is allow us to keep this thing going, allow us to extend the life of this property and work out a plan that is going to reap dividends for us and our residents.
I mean, I think that is a positive outlook, and I have a rule to stay positive until 4 p.m. and then we can be realistic. But that's a positive outlook, and we just don't know that is what is going to happen. And we don't know what other incentives will be offered to this nonprofit entity, right? What else the taxpayers will be asked to kick in or to support. To your point, the hotel came and asked for incentives, right? So the nonprofit may come and ask for pilots, et cetera. We don't know because you set a rehab cost that's, again, hundreds of millions of dollars for these 600 rooms. I'm not a real estate expert. I am not a hotel expert, but I am someone who is an elected official, and that means I'm accountable to the voters of this city. And there might be a lot of people working behind the scenes. I hope there are experts on this, but none of them will have to answer to the taxpayers and the citizens and the voters, but I will. And so that's why we're going to, continue to have this conversation. Let me go to Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is for Mr. Dennis. You said something and I was not very clear. You said the conventions and the conferences that we have not been able to house due to not having the hotel capacity. And you use the word a lot of examples. And so I would like to see a percentage of who we've had to turn down. And I'd like to see a number of that a lot. If you don't mind, please. I would like you to give me
I
a
don't know
number,
if I have
percentage.
a percentage. I'd have to probably go back and do some homework on a percentage of that.
I would like for you to do that, to show me what we are losing or what that looks like, because a lot does not give me an example.
Well, last year we had 20 pieces of business, convention and conference businesses that we lost. Now, we do about 459 event days a year. We do about 22 conventions a year. So if you figure we lost 20 that we potentially could have housed, that's 50%. Now, I don't know that that's every year, but we keep a lost business report of everything associated with hotel. That's two things. That's one is the hotel next door, and it's also just capacity. As Mayor Young said, we are in a very competitive industry. So when a meeting planner comes to town and they're looking at us, they're looking at St. Louis, they're looking at Charlotte, wherever they're looking. And it takes them 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 hotels to get to their room block of 1,500 rooms on peak, which is our sweet spot in this city. It's about 1,500 room nights on peak. They've got to use 10 or 12 hotels. And you talk to our salespeople, and when I moved here 5 years ago, I said, what's our biggest problem? We don't have capacity. And at that time, the Lowe's was coming, and we were all very thrilled that we were going to get that extra capacity. Didn't get it. So now we're back to having this one. And there's probably at least once or twice a month where my salespeople will say, we lost this group. We're waiting on this. We're waiting on details of the hotel. A 2029 group, 5,000 to 7,000 people in 2029. I know that's out in the future, but said we're not, until we know where the hotel's going, we're not going to do anything with it. We're not going to sign the contract, and they're ready to sign. So I don't know if I can give you a percentage, but I will just tell you that it's a really important part of our sales process. We believe, and as the mayor just pointed out, we believe we have the opportunity to raise the bar, and we believe the market is there if the product is there.
Again, Mr. Dennis, I need a percentage and a number.
Yeah,
of what
I'll have
you
to
lost.
I don't
And so
know
you
what
can,
that would be.
once I'll give you an opportunity to get those to me.
Sure.
And I would greatly appreciate that.
Absolutely do it.
Thank you.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
yield the floor.
Thank you. Councilwoman White.
Yeah.
Thank you. My first question was for Mr. Kane. Good morning, and thank you for joining us. What commitment, if any, does Memphis Tourism have around this project? Is there any type of financial commitment towards marketing and rebranding of the city, or what does that look like in partnership of this project?
All of our support will be around subsidizing groups that come to the city like we currently do. We probably generate more room nights for the Sheraton Hotel than they provide for themselves in all reality. Business that we subsidize to bring them here.
When you say subsidize, I guess expound.
No major conventions go to any city unless a city is providing them with services and incentives. Could be pay for a reception. It could be subsidize their rent at the convention center. It could be paying for transportation costs. Like we do all of those things for the Church of God in Christ that come here on an annual basis, and others that come here. So we will obviously continue to do that, and we do that. Obviously, the hotel attached to the convention center is probably the largest beneficiary of what we do for conventions that come here. So we will continue to do that. Now, we're not going to participate in the purchase of the hotel because there's hundreds of other hotel owners would say, well, if you're going to be helping buy that hotel, you should be helping buy our hotel. So unfortunately, that is not something that we are in a position or would we be allowed to do. But we will certainly be supporting that hotel's success just like we do for every hotel in Memphis and Shelby County, which is what we're charged to do.
And upon the renovation of this particular hotel, is there any plan for any different type of marketing to increase the usage of the convention center and the hotel? Is there any new plan or anything new that will be done around this particular project?
We would do what we would do for any new property that would be, especially of that size. We would treat that as basically as a new hotel coming online, just what we did with additional marketing and promotion when the Renaissance Convention Center went through a $230 million renovation. So we will certainly do that, almost like a grand reopening of a major hotel in our community, like we would do for any major hotel of that size and structure. So yeah, there would be additional marketing and promotion that would go along with that.
Thank you. My next question, and I don't know who needs to swap, it would be for Chief Person.
Are they happy to answer?
Chief Adams did. Thank you. Good morning, Chief Person.
Good morning, Councilwoman.
I think it would be beneficial for us to understand, and Councilwoman Logan asked that, and if you all want to hold that till later, I don't know what order we're going in this. I think it would be beneficial for the taxpayers to hear and understand, one, what types of bonds these are that are being issued for this project. Two, one question I've gotten is this should not be a priority. What about MATA and other entities? Why or why not would this be the types of bonds that we would get for that type of endeavor, or is this something different? And also explain at what point would our actual general fund be on the line? At what point does it actually impact the taxpayer versus this paying for itself?
Yes, ma'am.
And when that money will be due?
Yes, ma'am. In terms of what type of bonds we're going to be using, these will be 501c3 bonds, and that is the same code in the IRS document that refers to nonprofit organizations. So this is essentially a nonprofit organization bond. The reason we chose this bond is because it facilitates the type of transaction that is contemplated here, which is we can enter into this transaction, partner with our development team and eventually the other nonprofit, which will take ownership of the property within the 2-year time frame that the mayor specified. GO bonds, which would require the full faith and credit of the city, were originally contemplated but not considered because that would not meet that specification. And to the mayor's point, the servicing of these bonds will come from non-ad valorem revenues, which means non-property tax revenues. So this will not affect or nor will it be secured by property taxes in any way, shape, or form. It will only be secured by those revenues that the mayor specified. And that gives you some comfort as a taxpayer and as a representative that this will not be something that will drive our tax base going forward into the future. In terms of, what was your final question, ma'am? I want to make sure I get them all.
You pretty much answered it. At what point would our revenues be impacted?
Well, the revenues that will be generated likely from this entity as well as other entities within our tourist development zone will fund this project. And then that gets into a kind of a broader area for us, but those are the primary revenue streams that will fund this project. And with the increased tourism, the increased occupancy rates for the hotel, that will, in a sense, be the primary funding source.
Thank you. And Chair, I'm just going to make my one little last statement and then I'll yield the floor. I too shared some of the frustration of my colleagues in trying to gather all the information necessary to make this type of decision. but after doing some research, and I researched Baltimore, Chattanooga, looked into Nashville, one common theme that I saw was that those cities undertook the responsibility of operating those hotels, which was a failure. That's not what we're doing here. And after going back and forth about it, I do think there's some additional information that we've requested. And Councilwoman Logan, you, as Cooper Sutton used to say, you took my questions. You asked great questions, and the things that you asked for are some of the same things that I've requested. And I was reading an article, and I don't know if my assessment is correct or not, but the way that I look at it is, in this article, it was about a whole different subject, but it was kind of about saving the Peabody. And it explained how years ago the Peabody went dark, and in order to get it back going, it took loads and loads of tax incentives. And so that made me think, do we pay now or do we pay later? And do we be the destiny, do we pick what direction we go in terms of what our convention center looks like, in terms of what our downtown looks like? And I know the concern has come up time and time again as to how does the everyday citizen benefit from this deal. And I too have struggled and thought about that as well. But if you all listen to me at all, one thing that I always talk about is when we think of economic development, it's not just about us continuously recycling our own money. It's about bringing in money from outside places, and that's how a city thrives. And if we actually take advantage of these type of opportunities, but not just here, and I've spoken to the administration about this, there needs to be a real, comprehensive, urgent plan around protecting our investment, the convention center, and if this is approved, the Sheraton. And by that, I mean true plan of development for the Pinch District, true plan of development for Beale Street and what that looks like. And I think it would be good if the administration did explain how, when that happens, those dollars then create new revenue, and that revenue then is able to be used for the types of incentives that we want to see to build communities. So that's where I am, but I'm still, of course, listening to everyone, but I do want us to consider that thought of we do have some history to look at here, and at some point it may get to a point where whoever does buy it, if we don't buy it, they're going to be before us asking for tax incentives. And we just experienced that last council meeting when we had to do, I think, $16 million bond to 100 North Main. And so that's how I'm looking at it right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Walker, and then I'm going to go to Chair Smiley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few minutes ago, you said something about more time. Councilwoman Green, you said something about more time. So are we taking more time with this later, or?
To give you a preview, which I don't want to step on Chairman Smiley, but.
Well, can I yield the floor to Chairman Smiley?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I enjoyed the dialogue. I'm gonna say it pretty much every meeting. I always enjoy a good argument. I think y'all know that by now. Here's where I'm with it. I wrestle similarly to Councilwoman White when it talks about how does this benefit, the folks who don't go to hotels, folks who are concerned about matter, folks who are concerned about potholes. And then ultimately where I land on it is, what happens if we don't take action? And, I just want to challenge the council to get out the mindset that we have to just allow things to be. I generally believe that this council is supposed to be the council to right the ship. When you're riding the ship, there's going to be some tough times. You're going to have to make some tough decisions. And y'all know me very well by now. I can care less. Sometimes I piss people off. Sometimes I make people happy. But at the end of the night, I can look in the mirror and say, you know what? I did what I think is best. So I think ultimately that's where this council is going to have to be. We're going to have to be the council to right the ship. There's going to be some tough votes that we're going to have to make. So I want you to think about that as I make a couple of motions. So if you pay attention, I think Chief Hyman passed out a new agenda. Because there are some questions that we need to ask, particularly in different spaces. So at 12:30, if you see the new agenda, we're going to have a working attorney-client meeting. So that happens at 12:30. And then I need to make a motion. I move that we have the rest of this conversation in executive after attorney-client. Can I get a second?
A second. Can we do that without objection?
All right.
All right, well, so we've read all three.
Come back. I forgot a question. That's the motion, but I do want to say this because I want the administration and all the partners affiliated with this project. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, and y'all know I don't always quote Councilwoman Easter Thomas, but when the doctor's right, the doctor's right. And she's not an underrated doctor either, so all right, I'm done being shady. All right, the specific question is this, and I think this is from everyone involved in the project. She asked the question about economic impact. Her specific question is, what is every partner contributing? We've received a lot of documentation, but none of the documentation that this body received speaks to the dollar amount of investment on the line. So particularly, I want to hear what the DMC is contributing. I want to hear what the city of Memphis is contributing. I want to hear what the various hotel groups consider. I want to hear what the convention center group is contributing. I want to hear what everyone is contributing to this project. Every group, I know, and I
called out.
Gave a very direct push for this council to be mindful what leadership calls for. And I believe that this council has to be the council that rights the ship, because prior councils have not done things right. Prior administrations have not done things appropriately. But I believe that this council and our mayor has a task. And that task is to fix things that were done wrong. But we can't do our job if we continue to be left in the dark. This council asks very direct questions and we don't have answers. If I don't have those answers, my tune will change. Yeah. I need those answers. With that, I'm done.
Thank you, and I think another person that yes, I'll come right back to you. Another entity that was mentioned to know what they're contributing is also the chamber. So I'll just add that to the list. Councilwoman Walker, I want to go back to you, and then we're going to, I guess, move this to executive.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So one of my questions that I had was about the property tax, and I have been informed that we won't be paying property tax. But what I didn't get an answer to, and maybe Chief Person would have this answer, what amount are we currently collecting from that property in property taxes annually?
Yes, ma'am. The current amount that's due for the property is $1.5 million. $900,000 of that money is city taxes, and another $600,000 is county taxes.
And you said due, so are there?
It's not delinquent.
It's not delinquent, so
No,
they are current. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And the property previously, as you know, was under a pilot, so it moved from that pilot, and that's the tax impact as it stands.
Okay, well, that was it on that item. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, with that, go ahead.
I'm not done.
Okay.
Okay, just like I want the supercomputer to be a good deal, if we go through with this has to be a good deal for Memphis. I want to accelerate Super 8. I want Super 8 to be great. And we got a confidential document I'm going to reference later, and I won't be tearing it up. But the conversation has been around the need for the hotel with respect to the large users. And I just want to share some comments from small local users. So I'm with a local entertainment promoter, and we currently do 2 concerts a year at the Cannon Center. And we bring in national and international acts after 7. They so fine. But after 7, Jonathan Butler, y'all know I keep it real. After 7, Jonathan Butler, Stephanie Mills, and so many others, Grammy Award winner, Peebo Bryson, and the list just continues. We do this twice a year, in the spring and in the fall, always the Sunday of Labor Day weekend. And so with the decline of the hotel, because it has been most convenient for us from a transportation standpoint and logistics with producing these concerts, it's been great to have a hotel right across the street from the Cannon Center. We do the shows at the Cannon Center because it's a small venue, it's intimate, the demographic are mature socialites like myself. And the people love the Cannon Center. It also has the best acoustics in the Mid-South. And so at some point, as this property continued to decline, we can no longer house our acts there. And our numbers are nothing to compare with Kojic and others, but when you talk about 4 or 5 acts and their bands, so if they're together as part of another tour, sometimes they're using the same band. But with 4 or 5 acts, that's 4 or 5 entertainers, solo acts, groups, plus the bands that we have to house other places now other than across the street, which if we were not the seasoned people that we are, would be a nightmare for us. But they're not all downtown. Some are out east, and some in recent years, we are housing them over at Southland. So that's costing us more money with the transportation, redoing the logistics. And I can't not stress enough the difference in having the acts directly across the street from the venue. It changed the whole paradigm of how we process that piece for producing the concerts. But this is more than just the big customers. You have the small local customers that it impacts. Our team is roughly about 150 people. Just wanted you all to know that. Just want to make sure I cover all the bases here, Madam Chair. But yeah, so once again, this has a local impact as well, and I would like to see something worked out for this, because we would love to have the entertainers after 7 with their fine self. We would love to have the entertainers right across the street versus all over the town, plus also transporting them from the airport, taking them to multiple hotels, and also sometimes across the bridge. It has changed. The decline of that hotel has declined the change as to how we put these shows together and bring them to the public. Thank you. One more thing. Somebody said something about marketing. Should this come to fruition, whatever the new name is going to be, can we get the name at least? I know it's going to be on the north and the south, and the north, the south, and the east, but can we also get the name of the hotel on the west side of the building so people can see it when they come across the bridge? Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Thank you. I've been taught to respect my elders, so I know I said that was going to be the last person that I was going to let in the queue, but Councilman Ford.
Yeah, I'm old, y'all. Okay. But wise. Everything everybody said is great. Councilwoman Walker, you kind of hit it on me. No, you said across the bridge, down across the river. Now, while y'all thinking, this city ain't moved nowhere, okay? That hotel is very important to us, our convention center. You talked about the Church of God in Christ. We do not want them to move again, and they're thinking about it, okay? And you know that, don't you? Huh? This might be their last year. We don't want them to move nowhere. You know, every time we bring up something, everybody's listening to us. We don't make a move on it, but they do, okay? That's why you got West Memphis moving more than what we are right now. You got Mississippi moving more than we, but we bring the idea, they move on it because we sit on it. Let's show how stupid we are. We let everybody else come in. You know, for the first time, it'll be ours. It's time not to keep giving stuff away, especially when it comes down to hotels, okay? I can give you some history on hotel, but we'll do that in attorney-client because I don't want to call somebody's name out right now, okay? That's very important when you're dealing with hotels. You know, I'm old. I've seen it all, from the Peabody all the way down. I remember when the Peabody closed and it wasn't even there. I remember when it opened back up. I remember when we had to help them, okay? We'll discuss that in attorney-client. You know what I'm talking about, Mr. Kane. You were there.
Yes, sir.
Okay? So we don't want to just have our ideas and give it away to somebody else to come back in. And then when it comes down to a hotel, we don't want no second, third, fourth rate hotel. We got to have something worthwhile to come back to. That's where you have Church of God in Christ come in. Let me give you a little history. Church of God in Christ was here, Main Street. King Furs never did move because they waited once a year for the Church of God in Christ. But now when they went to St. Louis, they moved. I had somebody say, oh, the city gave Church of God in Christ this little piece of money. And you know what I told them? I said that was one of their collection plates one time. You didn't give them nothing. We got to start giving these folks for a convention. This is not a convention center. We need to make it one. You know, we got hotels out on Poplar Avenue, which should have been downtown. Because when somebody comes to a convention, I want to be able to walk to all of these different places. I cannot get in a cab or Uber or whatever else now and go here, because if I want to change clothes, I can just walk. This is not a convention center. We got to kind of make it that way. We got to bring it in. We don't want them to go over there to Arkansas because they're going to make a convention center. You know, you look at Landis Center, what goes down there. We used to have it all. It goes down there because we invited them to go down there. Blame our own selves because we did not move. Okay? We can only blame us and nobody else. So we got a few hours where we can start thinking. But put your thinking caps on. What we need to do in order to move this city. Other than that, no, we not. Hey, this city's gonna continue to stay the way. And I was here 25 years ago, and I can tell you how it has moved. And it ain't moving because we moving everybody else. And I'm kind of tired. But if you get up at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, you go on 55 going south. And you just look at the cars coming north. Then in the evening, you get on going north, you see who's going south. And they don't spend a dime here. They live off of us. They don't spend a dime here. We need to wake up and smell the coffee. I'm doing, we can talk about that later because I got a lot of other folks. I'm gonna call some names out today.
So looking forward to it. So with that, we're going to call the committee adjourned.
Today is October 1st, and it is now 10:46 a.m., and I hereby call the Public Safety Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Keaton, please call the roll.
Councilman Canali. Here. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Smiley.
I'm here-ish.
Councilman Spinoza. Here. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Present. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilman Warren. Present. Chair White.
Present. Thank you, Ms. Keaton. I was supposed to call you Ms. Meredith. Item number 1 is a resolution to transfer contract construction allocation of $4 million from Fire Station Improvement Cover Line Project number FS24100 and appropriate funds to contract construction costs for extraction install project number FS23103, gender separation project number FS25002, and Fire Station 38 renovations project number FS25005, all council districts sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes.
So moved.
We have it moved by Councilman Warren and seconded by Councilman Ford. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you, Council. Gina Sweat, I'm your fire chief, 2670 Avery, Memphis, Tennessee. With me today, I have Deputy Chief Marcus Smith. He is Deputy Chief over logistics, and he will be speaking to the item on the agenda.
Good morning. For the transfer of construction allocation funds for $4 million, the constructions that will be covered will be Fire Station 38 renovation, which you mentioned already. And there'll be 7 additional fire station improvements along with 38s. The gender separation is really going across each station in the city because that separation is inclusive of bed hall cubicles as well as locker room and bathroom facilities for those stations that haven't been upgraded. The extractor installation goes along with this project, and that would cover, the extractors will go to each station for basic cleaning of firefighting gear. It removes carcinogens from that gear as opposed to having to send it out for cleaning. It can be done on site at the stations. They can clean them, dry them there, and be ready for use. It will save some time and just provide more of a cancer-free environment for our firefighters.
Dr. Warren, you recognize?
When we do this, what is the process by which the carcinogens which are removed are taken away from the fire department proper and disposed of? How does that work when you're using this equipment and it extracts the carcinogens out of the uniforms? They're still there. Where do they go, and how are they disposed?
I'm sorry. That's basically what the extractors do. They, the type of detergent they use, that's what it's for, to offset the carcinogens in that, and then the heat that's applied to the different things before it's released into the drain. There goes through a filtering process. The water that's used goes through a filtering process, so it is not carcinogenic. When it, yes.
Carcinogenic.
Carcinogenic, yes, sir, doctor. I knew you knew the word.
Yeah.
Once it goes into the drainage system.
So it's self-contained, and what it does is it removes the carcinogen and detoxifies them.
Yes, it does, and then it filters the water before it goes back into the system. And that's why you have to, that's what these do. It's not just a regular washer and dryer. That's what it's called, an extractor. It looks a lot like a big washing machine, but it actually, it extracts our carcinogens and other particles from their turnout equipment.
So I guess my question is, I know there's got to be a filter or something that you have to dispose of, and there must be a certain way that you do it. Get back with me offline and let me know about how that process works.
Absolutely.
Thank you
We'll
very
send you the specs for the devices too, so you probably have a better understanding of it than some of us.
Maybe.
Any other council members in the queue? Councilwoman Cooper, thank you. Well, Dr. Warren did ask, I was just curious about the process. That was a curiosity, my own little curiosity. And the next thing I would like to know, a detail on each one of how this money is being spent. I want a detail, line by line.
Yes, ma'am, we'll get it to you. I can give you the exact stations that it'll be going to right now if you'd like to hear that.
No, not right now. Just
Okay.
send all that to me. Shorter time, just kind of move quickly. Just send those stations, detail by detail, of what's
ma'am.
happening.
Got it.
Thank you. I yield the floor, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other council members in the queue? Seeing none, we'll take this matter up for a voice vote. Remember, this is for a request for same night minutes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. This matter will go down this afternoon for same night minutes. Item number 2 is a resolution to prioritize fleet service repairs for Memphis Police and Fire Department vehicles, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Spinoza and Councilwoman Green. I have a motion by Councilman Ford and a second by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
You all may proceed.
All right. Good morning. So we are here to talk a little bit about fleet today and prioritizing our repairs.
Please state your name and address for the record.
So sorry. Melvin James, interim director, General Services, 125 North Main.
I'm Mayor Connor, fleet administrator for City of Memphis, and Julie's, I don't know the number, but I'm at Julie's Lewis, 2981.
Thank you.
All right. So we do have a presentation. It's not queued up though. So I'll run through it. Jonathan, get this in. Yeah. How do I get out? Get me out of that. It's go to D. Fleet, but yeah. Prioritizing fleet, yeah. All right, you want to push it? Okay, here we go. Prioritizing fleet. So we got a quick presentation. We'll run through it. All right, so we're gonna talk today just a little bit about fleet management, preventative maintenance, target maintenance, prioritizing fleet, MPD capital acquisition Gantt chart, and the vehicle life cycle policy. So fleet maintenance. Fleet maintenance is a internal service fund. Internal service fund, which basically chargebacks for services rendered for things that we do for making repairs and services to our fleet and equipment. Our business model provides for services, provides for also for purchasing of fleet, acquiring and delivery of fuel for city departments. Our employee complement is made up of 140 employees. We have fleet administrator management team, asset coordinator team, automotive restoration technicians, which is our body shop, automotive technicians, crew person, master mechanics, master welders, fire mechanics, which works at our fire shop over on Adams Street to provide services for Memphis Fire Department, truck mechanics, motorcycle mechanics, service advisors, and the field supervisors. Next page. Next page is preventative maintenance and targeted maintenance. Preventative maintenance is that the theory behind preventative maintenance is we want to get cars in on a routine, regular basis and provide for services at intervals suggested by the manufacturers.
This leads to a reduction in the cost of repairs over time, and also keeps the cars in optimal condition when running. Now, unscheduled services and non-targeted maintenance are our biggest cost drivers. These are the things such as engine failures, major repairs to vehicles that happen when we don't do enough maintenances throughout the lifespan of that vehicle. All right, go to the next page. All right, prioritizing fleet. So prioritizing fleet, we looked at our service delivery model and decided that there were some things that we could do to improve how we repair vehicles and what we are doing right now to make those repairs and get those vehicles back on the road in a timely fashion, a quicker fashion. Staffing complement, we've hired all of the hard-to-fill mechanic positions since July this year, and we are staffed over 90% in all our shops. We've increased our business hours at 2 of our locations, at the Raleigh shop and also at Julius Lewis Road. We're going to a second shift as well. The second shift would allow us to basically do more target maintenance, do more repairs, and get more cars back to MPD faster. Increase in technology equipment, work environment improvement. On work environment improvement, we have the old Coke building renovation that we are completing November 1st, and we'll be moving over in. We'll be moving the fire shop over. That's right now on Adams Street, as well as our body shop and our turf and ag shop. This will allow us to have a better work environment for our employees. Right now at the fire shop, it's a big cramped, it's an old building, and we've made improvements by having a new building over at the Coke location. Improving management. These are some management strategies that we are using right now to get vehicles back out on the road sooner. Increased management. Our management teams are more visible now in our shops to make sure that the work tasks are being completed according to labor guide standards for our mechanics. Augmentation of repair services. We've talked about this one several times. This is where we are using outsourcing for repairs and services for vehicles. We have right now 30 vendors on our outsourcing vendor list. Last one is the increase in parts inventory. Basically, we've looked at the most frequent repairs that we need to make for vehicles, and we are ordering those parts to keep those parts on the shelf to make us more efficient, and we can return vehicles back to service sooner. All right, to the next page. Next page is we provided a Gantt chart for, it's okay. We provided a Gantt chart for MPD, and we sent that out last week to council members. But the Gantt chart basically covers from the time that we procured the car, the process of procuring the vehicles for MPD to the time of delivery. And on that Gantt chart, it shows the last 3 fiscal years. So the last thing we'll talk about is our vehicle life cycle, and then we'll take any questions. So basically, vehicle life cycle is just the life expectancy of the vehicles as according to when is the most opportune time to stop utilizing that vehicle in the city. Now, we'll say this, that the life cycle of our city vehicles are far beyond what we have here in our policy, which of course calls for more repairs, and it calls for more repairs, and it calls for more to our budget, things such as overtime. So that's all I have, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you. I didn't know at first if the sponsors wanted to say anything. Councilman Espinosa, Councilwoman Green.
I appreciate the, thank you, Chairwoman White. I appreciate the presentation. Good to see you again.
And so thanks for putting it together. I think for me, I know the intent in bringing this up, and we've had meetings and a lot of meetings about this. It just goes back to MPD, boots on the ground, having 9 cars out of the Cordova station. So again, thank you for this presentation. I think we'll continue the discussion. I know Chief Davis is here. I think I want to see more specifics, but we'll talk through that. I want to see more specifics, like on the Gantt chart, like how many cars do we have ordered right now, and what is the delivery schedule, right? Like I would like to see that. The people, I think, in the city of Memphis would like to see that. There's a fear, and there's also the reality. And the reality is that we need to have a plan in place, and I know that we do, right? And I know we've talked about it, so I just kind of want to see it more clearly, maybe in another meeting. But like again, this is great. This is all good stuff to know. So I appreciate the time, but we need to see the Gantt chart, and I don't have that. So we've got one. He's holding one. She's holding one. I don't have one in front of me, and that's okay. So, I'd like to see some things like that. But I appreciate the time that you all spent on this and the work that you do every day. We're here to support and support police and protect the citizens of Memphis, and having vehicles maintained properly. We all know how important it is, and having police cars ordered to fill the gaps for 2, 3, 4, 5 years is important to me and Chief Davis and to all of us. And I just want us all to see that.
Thank you, Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think I have a couple of other questions. Also, like one of them is, you're still interim? I really thought we'd already taken care of that. But I am grateful for the information that you provided today. I would love to get a copy of the presentation that you gave us, because I didn't get a copy of that beforehand. I did get you can just email it to everybody. Give it to me right now. But I would love to, physically have a copy. And I think, let me go ahead and throw out some other questions as we continue to have these conversations that I would like answers to. This resolution in particular is about prioritizing our MPD, our fire, our first responder fleet, because again, public safety is such a huge priority for our community right now. So I would like to know the current number of MPD and fire vehicles that are awaiting repairs or preventative maintenance, like how many are in the shop right now. I would also like to know the average time that they stay in the shop awaiting repairs or preventative maintenance. You mentioned that we do have outside vendors. I would like to know how many of our vehicles are currently with those outside vendors, specifically the MPD and the fire that might be with outside vendors. And then I'm sure you have this number too somewhere, and I'm so glad that you mentioned that many of our fleet are past the lifetime policy, the life cycle policy. I'd like to know how many are over our policy guidelines. I specifically, this past Saturday, was out with Kirby Woods Baptist Church and a local neighborhood association feeding the policemen and women at the Mount Moriah police station. And of course, whenever I'm in there, I take time to stop and talk to the men and ladies that are there. And my first question was, so tell me about your cars. And to a person, they hung their heads and shook them. And I said, well, do you have cars? Are they in the shop? And they're like, some of them. And then immediately they said, but the ones we're driving have 250,000 miles on them. And we know that we need to take them in for preventative maintenance, but then we're afraid we'll never get them back. And so we understand like the problem, that it just continues to mean that more and more miles are getting on these and less preventative maintenance, and then bigger and bigger problems. Like everybody gets it, but they're so, afraid to take their car in because they won't get it back. But I mean, I was there with probably 6 or 7 officers, and to a person, each one of them mentioned we're on cars that are way past the life cycle policy. If we get our car, we don't know when we're going to get it back. So this resolution is, not just to get into your business and tell you how to do it. It is to try to figure out solutions with you to prioritize getting the cars for our first responders, our ambulances, because, I've talked to Chief Sweat before when I was taking popsicles to the fire department, And they didn't have an ambulance at the fire department there on Ridgeway. And it was in the shop, and they didn't know when they were going to get it back. And one of their trucks is really new, and one of their trucks is really old. And I know that's some of this ordering. We've talked about that. I know from the county side, you put in your order, and you're putting it in for 2 or 3 trucks as opposed to 300, and you get put in the back of the line. I get it. But what we can do in the meantime is work on the maintenance, preventative, and repairs on what we do have in our fleet, and seeing how we can prioritize these really important divisions. So I've given you my questions. I don't expect you to have them today. If you do, great. But you can email them to me, and we can get them out to the council.
Yes, we will. We'll get them back to you.
Thank you. Next in the queue, we have Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, and if I hope I didn't miss what I'm asking. I had to run out for a second, but did y'all discuss the rate of damage on the cars? I know we're seeing a lot more cars get wrecked now, and how is that impacting how we are prioritizing the public safety vehicles? I just think we just had one. I noticed now on Newsbreaker somewhere where they just had had a crash or something like that. So how is that rate or increase affecting what you're doing in terms of ordering those vehicles, and what safety measures are we putting in place? That's for Chief Davis, to ensure that, I know in the heat of the moment, sometimes you're like, I'm gonna get them. I know they don't be doing that. I know they don't do that here, but just like, when do you say, gone on, I'm not gonna tear the car up or have a wreck? And then the next thing was, and you can answer all 3 of them, how has the new shop helped the repair rate, or has it? And do we have enough mechanics or people to work on the cars? The last one is, does the take-home car program impact access to people having cars in the field? And if so, are we going to dial back on the take-home cars or figure out something else? And last but not least, and I don't know, this might need to be in another committee, but I know code enforcement is very important in terms of being able to go out and handle these situations that are unsafe. Like if, making sure that they have cars too to deal with the blight and as well as the crime, because there is a correlation there. But I know first responders is first and most important, but how do you prioritize the next level of priorities? Thank you, Ayuba.
So, if I can respond to just a few, and I'll let Mr. Hunter and Interim Director Jamerson kind of speak on the personnel aspect. And then, of course, you can talk to Chief Davis and Chief Sweat with regard to safety measures. One of the things I don't think was highlighted, every morning, our city management and fleet, they provide what's called a down count. So the down count represents what they have with respect to the number of vehicles that are at the location or reporting out of that location. It also reflects the number of vehicles that are out of commission. They indicate at what stage they're waiting on. They may be waiting on labor. They may be waiting on parts. And they talk through, or I guess it depicts through when the anticipated date of return is as far as the vehicle. So they send this out to the management of almost every division that they support. So, for instance, at police precincts, all of your light vehicles, meaning pickup trucks down, 1 ton and down, go to these shops. These shops are housed at the police precinct. So not only are you getting police vehicles, you are getting other divisions' vehicles. And so to your point, Councilwoman Logan, it does have an impact. But what these gentlemen do, these men and women do, is they prioritize what gets out first so that they can make sure that you can make your shift and you can move forward. And they do that on a daily basis. So there is constant dialogue. The problem is you have to have good data in to make sure you process, make sure you do a true analysis, attack what's highest and then move out. And so it's got to be good data. What I have found, and this is, we don't have the full analysis of the first iteration of inventory, fleet inventory, but what we found is we're counting vehicles that are not there anymore. And that's because they've been sold. They've been auctioned off. And this was the concern that Chief Davis had when she asked for us to commission the report. So to your point, if you're operating lower than what you had before, let's get with the take-home cars. You're right, the take-home cars, they sit at the house. They are not returned to the precinct for those other shifts. And so when you allocate money for a take-home car, you got to allocate money for the precinct and the wards and the special units as well. They need those vehicles so that they move through. The other part, and I think we talked about this exhaustively, you guys are doing a much better job at helping us with this, but if you only allocate a small amount of money each year to the fleet replacement, you buy less and less cars because the rate of inflation goes up. So you can't buy the larger allotment. You can't look 10 years ago where we allocated $3 million and you got 100 cars. Because if you allocate $3 million this year, you're probably going to get 75. And that is the reality of what has happened over time here in the city of Memphis. Police and fire are moving down a critical path, but so is solid waste, so is parks, general services, engineering. I mean, these are essential operations. So we got to look at this from a holistic view. So I'll turn it back over so that, yes, ma'am.
Turn it back over. Are you telling us, or have you all decided on, I know Shelby County or the state or somebody, they just have a whole lot of white cars. Like everybody just got white cars. And I know it can't be for the police officer, but why pickup trucks, cars, or whatever, why come we just can't have city cars? There's a fleet of cars that all the divisions take out, whether it's a white pickup truck, everybody get the same vehicle, it's got numbers on them like the state does. And I'm just asking, that way we can buy larger and you can assign them to different areas, but they all in one thing. Now, I'm not trying to tell you how to do your, I'm just asking the question. Number two, we can only approve or allocate as we're informed on how to. So as the trends change, as you see the changes, you all are going to have to inform us on what the best way to do this is. That's why I'm asking, because especially with public safety, I see the reports every day on these cars crashing. I'm like, another car? Well, that's going to eat up your fleet. So but I haven't heard anything from you all saying, hey, we got 50 cars down and we need to replace these. Now, we have to figure out how to keep that going, or else you're gonna wait a year and you're gonna be 100 cars down. Or when we do the next budget, how do we right size it in real time to make it make sense for these public safety first responders? Yes, ma'am. So let's go with your last point and last question first. If you recall, late 23, there was a report on all our facilities and all our vehicles. I presented this and many of you that are first timers this year in transition. And I presented it again during the budget season. And I'll provide it again. If we were what it would cost at that time to completely overhaul your fleet and pay for it at one time. It was such a large number that you got sticker shock and we just closed the book and we moved on. So I'll say this. We're going to come back in 6 months, same conversation, doing the same thing if we don't take it serious. No, I'm not asking for 6 months. I'm saying, can we do 3 this? how many per quarter? When you came and gave us, like, we need 1 million cars right now, and it's gonna cost $10 million, we was like, no, close the book. So come back next month and say, okay, I was just playing. We can get these many.
But I'm not playing.
We can get half of that this quarter, next quarter. How do we?
Councilwoman, and I'm being
bite-size it?
extremely serious
Okay.
and most respectful. The one thing that we don't do is we don't invest in what we currently have. We don't keep it.
That's
up,
why we're here.
and we don't return it.
Yeah, that's why we're
And so,
We invested in it.
Everyone has a white car with the exception of police and fire.
Okay.
Everyone has a white van with the exception of police and fire. Pickup trucks too.
So
And
we
maybe
can't
solid
order
waste.
those in a big bulk?
So we do.
Oh,
We
okay,
do.
okay.
We do, but we only order what we have available with respect to funding.
Okay.
And so I will give him the credit.
Mm-hmm.
Councilman Jones said a long time ago, we don't get enough money to do what we need to do.
Okay.
And so with that, I'll kind of return it to the group to talk about personnel, but I will say this much. It wasn't until this year that the mechanics got a substantial raise. A couple of years ago, I asked for a raise and to maintain positions. Well, we took the positions. We did not give a raise. And so we are losing mechanics as well to the private industry because, again, what we ask them to do, we ask them to do from soup to nuts. Private industry, you can be specialized and you can make about the same amount of money. So, again, if we want the support, we have to do that. If we outsource it, it's going to cost more.
Yeah.
Their vendors will tell you they don't want the business because we don't pay enough with respect to the contract. Because their labor rate, because they got to make money, they're opening to make a profit. They have to make money. So with respect to that, their labor rate is going to be higher than what we charge internally. And we are going to be one of their vendors, not the priority vendor. And if we are, then we have to pay for it as such. So those are things that we have to bring economies to scale. So I'll let these gentlemen talk about personnel.
Thank you for that. While he's
Chief Davis will
preparing to talk about that, these are the types of things, like if you don't have ambulance, if you don't have fire trucks, if you don't have police cars, but, I've always been taught you take care of your budget, you take care of the things you need, and then the things you want, you put them on your list and you budget it in. But these are some important matters, because I know when people saying they waited 20, 30, 40 minutes on a police car, that's a life that, could be in the balance. So these are important. And if we know the right numbers, when we're weighing things like we've been weighing today, we got to make it make sense. So thank you for that.
PJ Davis, 170 North Main Street, Chief of Police. So I wanted to just respond to, you had a statement also, Councilmember, about the take-home vehicle program.
Well, no, before
also
then,
about safety.
Yeah, the first question was, what is the rate of damage versus, the cars that are crashing versus how often we're getting them back, and how is that impacting, your all's effectiveness or ability to do your job? And then the second one was, is the take-home car program impacting access to the vehicles?
Absolutely. I'll speak to the impact of vehicles that are damaged. And vehicles that are damaged is sort of like hiring and retention. You hire X amount and you retain X amount. With vehicles, if you damage 10 and you only get in 5, then you're not getting a net gain. And so the rate, and I'm pretty sure that Melvin and his team can probably do a deep dive as far as annually how many vehicles are actually wrecked compared to how many actually come in and how many are in the shop, because all of it has an impact on what we're able to do every day.
We can get that report later. You don't have to try to figure it out today.
Yeah,
You can send us that.
but it is that is a good point. Vehicles that are waiting to get in the shop, vehicles that are so old that they're constantly in the shop, and so it all has a great impact on operations every day. Now, the take-home vehicle program, it has its benefits and has its drawbacks. The benefit is that that officer, and not just from work here, but my previous work, take-home vehicles were always taken care of. They were less likely to be wrecked. And the lifespan on those vehicles were longer because officers treated them like they were their own cars. They were always clean. You always knew a take-home vehicle because the car was clean. It was taken care of. It smelled good. So it has its drawbacks and its benefits. The drawback is that that vehicle, it works for 8-9 hours, and then it's in the driveway at someone's home. But the other benefit is there's visibility in that community with that officer's vehicle there and that officer being in the city. So it has this, and it all factors into this overall conversation. We appreciate the take-home vehicle program, but we also need to think in terms of moving forward, how do we make sure we have other vehicles in rotation? And I think the schedule that Melvin and his team are working on will help fill those gaps if we have regular vehicles at the precinct that are part of rotation on every shift, and then also have a fleet of take-home vehicles as well. So you always have vehicles that are available. The guy who comes to work every day, he's not waiting on a car. He's got a car. He's going straight out to the field. And then the rotation of other vehicles for officers who don't have those take-home vehicles. Right now, we don't have the luxury because, as it was said, we have an old fleet. A lot of our vehicles are in the shop or have body damage. The last thing I'll say about safety that you mentioned, we have a safe driving campaign that started last year, and we're really ramping it up now. And what I came to realize, you know, as chief, is that the wrecks aren't always my officer's fault.
Correct.
You know, I get a little frustrated when the cars get wrecked up, but, you know, they navigate the roadways of our city, and sometimes our citizens aren't cognizant or yielding to emergency vehicles around the city. I don't know how it is for fire, but it makes it even harder for them to get to emergency calls. So some of them are at fault when we deal with those, and we send them through training. And like I said, we have a safe driving program going on right now, a campaign we give the precinct who has the least amount of accidents. We give them recognition, and they sort of compete for that award. So, and we just put out a video for our officers, a safe driving video for all of them to have to watch as part of our roll call training. So, but we're consistently working with general services on how we get to a better place with our vehicles.
Thank you.
Applin Farms has more than 9 vehicles.
Thank you. So we're gonna have to speed this one up a little bit because we still have 2 more items, and we just got a little bit into item number 3 with the insurance. But before we move on to that, I want us, Councilman Warren, you were in the queue.
I'm always patient. I'm always sped up at the very end. Mine's quick. I just would like 2 things. One, give us the average mileage on our police cars. Are we average? Is the average mileage 200,000? Is it 110? Just from that. And the other is we are coming to a debt cliff in 2 years, and what I'd like to see is us making a dent in this sort of backlog of being able to replace vehicles by having a plan that uses part of that money from the debt cliff to fix this problem over the next 10 years. So we're going to be spending that money as it comes. I'd like us to be planning instead of just going, whoopee, we got extra money. Let's make this one of our priorities as we move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think that's wonderful, Councilman Warren, and maybe we can get with our legislative analysts and figure out how we start developing that list of those priorities. So, yeah. And
I promise I'll be quick. Antonia, you emailed me the chart, so I want to say that for y'all emailed me the chart. It says, sorry, I said I didn't have a copy. I had it in email, so I just wanted to say that. I'm excited. Great questions. Similar, Dr. Warren, we're not here to tell you how to do your job. We're here to help you and to make this Gantt chart a 5- and 6-year plan. It's not as sexy as a hotel deal, but I'd love to invest in it for the long term and get us what we need on the ground with cars and everything. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Say again, Dr. Warren took my question and what I was going to ask. And so I don't have anything.
Thank you. So, seeing no other council members in the queue, we're going to take a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. This will go to our next actual meeting, council meeting, which is when? October 15th. Item number 3 is a resolution to amend the insurance fund disbursement process to directly allocate proceeds for the repair and replacement of first responder vehicles, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Spinoza and Councilwoman Green. May I have a motion and a second? A motion from Councilman Ford Canali and a second from Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Spinoza or Councilwoman Green?
I'll take this one first. So the idea behind this is, as you know, Councilwoman Logan was just saying, we often find that our police cars are wrecked. And as Chief Davis has pointed out, it's not always our fault. And sometimes those citizens have insurance. And what has been happening when we get those settlements is the funds have just been going back into the general fund. And the idea behind this resolution is to put them back in the appropriate budgets of the appropriate departments for vehicles. So I will let the administration speak to the feasibility of this, but I know we've had conversations, Chief, and I know we've talked to the mayor. I think this is something that, and Chief Person, hopefully we can work out, because it just makes sense. This was originally money that was supposed to go for fleet, and we want it to go back to fleet and not just magically disappear into the general fund.
So we have the administration has no opposition to this resolution. The only thing that we would request, and we will, upon receipt of the funds, they will go to the fleet service fund, the reserve, and it will go to fire and police, as they do have lines, and it will repatriate their line for repair and or if we can replace. But we'll look at that. But again, we have no opposition to this.
Thank you. Do we have any council members in the queue?
One thing, thank
Yes,
you,
Councilman
Antonio.
Spinoza.
Again, Eric, thank you. Thank you all for being here today. Like, one example for everybody, maybe to think about, no opposition with that, but like the cost of an oil change to the city of Memphis is, I'm just gonna make up a number, let's say it's $130. And then if you go out in the private sector and go get your oil change, it's $190. Something for us just to think about, to maybe clear out a backlog or something like that. I'm not saying that we do that. And this is, of course, all of us working together and talking through it. If we need to do like an emergency appropriation of funds in the amount of $30,000 to clear a backlog, we're just trying to help and create momentum, and that's what this is designed to do, to earmark money to repair police cars, fire vehicles, first responder vehicles. So thank you for working together with us, and just wanted to share that with the public. Thank you.
One request.
Yep.
Could we actually spread this to the other divisions as well? Because these are not the only divisions that actually suffer accidents.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, we have this placed in public safety, but I would make an amendment, if that's okay, with Councilman Spinoza to make this across divisions. Again, I think that we just want to make sure that the money is actually going back into fleet repair and replacement as we can. And so it really doesn't matter to me whether it's public works or it's police. We were just trying to prioritize, like I said, the things we're hearing at the stations about their vehicles.
100% agree. I think about Eric getting him the equipment that he needs, right? So yeah, thank you, Antonio.
Thank you. So then what do we need to?
Without objection to the amendment.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This will go down with the friendly amendment to our next meeting.
Councilwoman White, I did have one question.
Yes, Cooper Sutton. Yes.
But Chief, Mike, please.
I'm sorry. Spinoza just jumps in front of you. I just need to say one thing.
Evil councilperson. So rude.
You are. I would like, once we do this, get the the monies where it needs to be. Let's have a running balance of what it looks like and how much we are spending, so we can have a little bit more oversight and accountability as well. On each, is that okay, Chief?
Yes, ma'am. So the Fleet Reserve Fund is reported to you on an annual basis. What we can do is we can report either on a quarterly or a biannual basis with respect to that. Again, if you all recall, we came to you last year asking to reallocate. Last fiscal year. I'm sorry. Last fiscal year, toward the end of the fiscal year, to reallocate from the Fleet Reserve Fund. So, but we'll make sure. No problem.
Yes, I'm 9 months in this, and I just want to make sure that we get it right, and we do it right, and we do it excellent. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you. We appreciate that spirit of excellence. We're going to move on to item number 4, which is an update on radio systems upgrade expenses, all council districts requested by the Public Safety Committee. Who do we have to present on that? Chief Davis? Chairman Canali has advised me that we have negative 15 minutes, but we're
Let's take -2.
Thank you all. You all may proceed.
CJ Davis, 170 North Main Street. What we want to do is really just give you a very quick background on the radio project, and then just talk a little bit about the expenses and how we got where we are today. So I'm going to let Chief Crow, who has a little bit more history, to really shed a little light on the overall radio project.
Good morning, Don Crow, Memphis Police Department, 170 North Main. And again, I always want to stress that this was not a Memphis Police Department radio project. It was a radio project for the entire city of Memphis and the Shelby County Sheriff's Department. And so the project was designed to replace the dispatcher consoles for the police and fire department, designed to replace all radios in mobile vehicles for police, fire, Memphis Animal Services, Public Works, Solid Waste, any division of city government that uses radios. And then it also replaced the handheld devices that officers, firefighters, et cetera, uses. So it was a complete radio system upgrade. It included upgrading all the transmission towers. The radio system that we had was over 25 years old, and it was at end of life for replacement of parts and service, et cetera. So the Memphis Police Department accepted the challenge of managing this project for the entire city of Memphis. And part of that, of course, was the budget. We have Mr. Eason here from our finance division that can explain it much better than I can.
Memphis Police Department, and just briefly, this project was a combination of cost sharing between the city and the county. The city had a budget of $31.8 million in CIP dollars set aside for this project, and the county, through cost sharing, reimbursed the city $17.3 billion. So there was a total of $49.1 million allocated towards this project, with a $2 million set aside for contingencies. That's important. The vendor was Motorola, and the cost sharing related more towards the infrastructure and the equipment. There were other administrative type costs that the city had to bear 100% of. So that total cost for the Motorola part was $47.8 million. The other costs related to the MWBE and those vendors, the administrative portion, was $2.6 million. So there was a total cost of $50.3 million for this project. And again, $49 million in combined revenue. So towards the end of this project, which covers from fiscal 17 through fiscal 23, there were some contingencies, and there was 40 change orders in which the city and the county worked through.
Most of the cost was covered through that process. However, towards the end, we received an invoice of $2.4 million, and we requested the CIP dollars through the contingency fund to cover that cost, and it was not funded in time. So therefore, the shortfall that you see here in this project is $1.2 million. You scroll up a little bit, you can see that. So that's where we are.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a quick question. You said something about there was an invoice that came.
Towards the closeout. There was a closeout.
There was a
invoice.
closeout.
Yes.
And there was an
from Motorola.
invoice for Motorola that
Right.
came out toward
Towards
the end.
where we were closing out the project. It was $2.4 million. The county paid their portion.
Right.
And we, the city side, had expended our CIP dollars, and the contingency part, we made a request for it, but was not funded, and that's where we are here today.
So that's what that other million that y'all surprised us with the other meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I correct?
That's correct.
So why was that invoice taken anyways?
That was part of the closeout.
That was part of the
actual closeout
so that was
of the
extra?
project. No, ma'am. That was our last change order. The project was supposed to end a year earlier, but we had to work through some last minute things, and the project was scheduled to end April of 23, right, AC Crow? April of 23, and that last invoice was 2.4. The county paid their portion. We had a contingency, but it was not funded through CIP, and here we are.
Okay.
Councilwoman Green?
Okay, so as I recall this from last time, where we started was, and forgive me, I can't remember if it was 56 or 57 million. 57 million. We said we had allocated 57 million in CIP for this project.
Councilmember, I think that was an error in the quote from Chief Crow. He was just going by memory. The total amount was what you see up here.
So the total amount that we actually allocated was?
The CIP portion was 31.8 million. That's the number there on the left. That's what that project, if you look in any documents, that's the city's portion. The 17.3 is what was reimbursed through a cost sharing agreement with the county.
I got it. Thank you. That was my confusion, is the number last time was 57 million, and then what I was seeing up here was 31.
Through the change order process, there was 40 done. Equipment prices changed in different concessions.
That's
were
what
made.
I assumed happened, but then we were saying, no, the price was this, and then it stayed this, and so that's where our confusion came up. I'm glad that you have researched it and found it, and I appreciate the report. Thank you for the clarity.
Thank you. Any other council members in the queue? Seeing none, thank you all so much for that
Chairman Smiley, wherever you are. Everybody ready to, wow, we've got a large budget committee. Everybody is so interested in budget today. Calling all council members to join us in the fun. Going once. Oh, there's one sponsor. Here we go. It's going to be last. Mm-hmm. 2. There he is. You doing this?
Yeah, I'm doing it. But look at her shirt, though.
Do one last.
Right. Of course it won't. It is 11:45. I call the budget and audit committee to order. Ms. Regal, you know what to do.
Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilman Ford Sr. Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington.
Present.
Councilman Canale.
Here.
Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Spinoza. Chair Smiley.
Absolutely. We have 4 items on the agenda. We're going to do number 1 last. We're going to straight to number 2. Number 2, resolution to allocate and appropriate $5 million to the Chelsea Avenue. Is the administration here?
Where's Councilwoman Easter?
Could we have someone from the administration come in? We're going to go to number.
Oh, there she is. Never mind. You're good.
Can we have, but we still need the administration. So Chief Adams, Chief Person. Oh, and let the record reflect that the illustrious, well-regarded Councilwoman
Keep it coming. What else you got? What else you got?
from District 7, the Dr. Easter Thomas is present as well. Let me continue to read because I stopped because I didn't see anyone here. Sometimes we're going to show up on time, council members. Resolution to allocate and appropriate $5 million to Chelsea Avenue Green Line, District 7, Super District 8. Resolution sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. There's a request to save 9 minutes. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Canale, seconded by Cooper Sutton. She was the loudest, so she gets it. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the Dr. Easter Thomas, and then we're going to allow the administration to speak. Dr. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. And let the record reflect that we're also joined by council staff, Charity Cole.
She's the GOAT. All right. So good morning, colleagues, City of Memphis, and for the Super 8 folks, just say hello to some of your constituents from Becca on the front row.
What up, Becca?
So thank y'all for being here on today. So if you recall, colleagues, from earlier this year, I think maybe February, we received a presentation about the status of Accelerate Memphis spending and projects, just to see where we were on everything. And it was found out, it was not a part of the presentation, but it was discovered that the promised Chelsea Avenue Green Line, which was also mentioned by Wolf River Greenway this morning, to end up connecting our neighborhoods through green space and trails was thwarted for other projects around the city. And so if you recall that committee presentation and conversation, I myself and some other folks were floored that the money had disappeared and nobody told us where it went, and that the community was waiting on this amenity to help with our green space. Also, to add to that, there's also a flood wall, which is in front of the starting of that green line space, which had recently been determined how to be out of negative legality. I don't know how to say that, green and smiley. Bad legality as far as the artists that were a part of that mural fiasco that happened on those flood walls. So also taking those two things into account, last week when we voted to move the Accelerate money to 100 North Main, sponsored by GO Bonds, the mayor made clear, I counted 3 times on record, let us know that that money went back into Accelerate. So last week we approved the first of some of that monies through the support of Pure Youth Academy. So I'm glad that we all did that, and I think we were all co-sponsors on that. It's gonna be a great thing. But my ask to you all as colleagues and folks in Memphis who not only care about amenities and green spaces, but also just following up on what we said we do for the community, to be able to put money towards breaking ground, constructing, and finishing this green line so we can connect to the river to give people in this particular section of North Memphis, which is on the helm of Valentine, Evergreen, and Hyde Park, more green space amenities in an area where that's where we need more of, especially to combat this historical pollution that we've been set in by environmental racism by our predecessors, but I won't go into that. So my acts on this resolution, I put a number. I'll let Chief Adams and Chief Person let me know the number that we can do to break ground in the spring, which I'm told that's a better time to start projects such as this. So let me know if I need to adjust my number, because I'd love to be able to bring it down and still be able to get the project done so that my colleagues can also get some things done if they've been thinking about it for it. So I don't want to have to use the whole 5. I'd rather have something where my colleagues can think of things for their district. So give me a number, chief or chief, where we can break ground in the spring. Please.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Walter Person, 125 North Main, CFO. Well, and I just want to just dovetail onto the doctor's point when she discussed this issue. Going back to Accelerate Memphis, she originally had a fairly substantial allocation for that money. And due to the way the ordinance was written for the original Accelerate Memphis contract, it allowed for projects that were viewed as, say, very time-consuming or very expensive to have money reallocated to and from other projects. And she lost a lot of money related to the Chelsea Green Line as a result of the way that legislation was written. So when we flash forward to this point and look at it now, we see an opportunity with the apparent inability for us to use the original allocation for 100 North Main, which was $10 million. It can be used for other activities. And to that end, she has requested $5 million to address that shortcoming. And we think that we can get to 2.5 fairly effectively if the councilwoman is agreeable to that. And that 2.5 will allow for the administration to break ground. She has been working very closely with the engineering division, and I think they've already laid out some preliminary plans. I believe that's the case. And we'll be glad to follow up with subsequent allocations as necessary.
So, Mr. Person, you said that 2.5 will get it
So, Dr. Thomas, Councilwoman Dr. Thomas is, I did confirm with City Engineer Manny Boleen that we can get started with the project, and then we could with 2.5, and then of course the remaining would have to be requested in next year's CIP, which I think at this particular point it will allow us to finish the design and initiate some construction. There will be some that we will have to obligate ourselves to the remaining 2.5. As many contractors, they want a whole funded project. But again, this is no different than, thank you. This is no different than what we did here at City Hall with the cladding and what we've done out at Coke, where we have strategically timed projects so that they go from one fiscal year to the other, and we're able to band or stretch that dollar. So that's our request, and I'll allow City Engineer Boleen to discuss.
Good morning, Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So just a little bit of a context behind the project overall. So from the scope of the project, it initially was intended to be a full-blown project for a trail from Washington Park, eventually tying into Evergreen, where the phase 5C of the Wolf River Greenway was to tie in. That was to complete the remaining last trail. Subsequently, as it was alluded to, the original design for that project, which is roughly about 75% complete, was commissioned. However, back in 2022, roughly late 2022, early 2023, there was an existing bridge that was going to be utilized that was crossing over Cypress Creek, just west of Watkins. Subsequently, that bridge collapsed. And so we had to reconvene the team to figure out what then we needed to do for this project. So the decision was made was to go ahead and split the project up into two phases. First phase would then be where the east portion of the bridge heading east to tie into Evergreen. So that was phase one. And then phase two, the intent there was to complete phase two, incorporating into it the cost associated with the bridge replacement of that. All that to say, the $2.5 million is to be intended for the phase one portion of it. We anticipate that that is sufficient funding to get that phase one project started by first quarter of 2025. So that is the strategy behind the completion of this. And then at some point in the future, find additional funding for phase two, which will include the bridge replacement, eventually tying into Washington Park.
Thank you, Director Belen. So just to reiterate what you and Chief said, you broke it up into two phases because of the west side had a bridge incident headed toward New Chicago down to Washington Park. And so those phases, hopefully next year, that phase will still be the same price, not go up too much more, but we'll see. But the east part of the phase, which is at the start of the Chelsea Avenue Green Line, can go ahead and get started if we're able to allocate this money.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I think colleagues, just an ask to you all, I do want to edit this resolution so that it reflects 2.5 million. And for phase one, Regala, you doing it? Okay. So it can reflect phase one with phase two to be committed and determined next fiscal year. I think XAI give us plenty of extra stuff to utilize. Going back on the tax road. That's what it is. So if you don't remember this day, that's where I'm looking at. So for phase 2, I would love it if my colleagues, if you felt so compelled to co-sponsor this with me for the Accelerate Memphis project, that we can say that even though it was a Mayor Strickland's initiative, that we're following through on amenities and enhancing our communities for our people, no matter what the district is. But just editing for folks who came in, Smiley, I changed the number from 5 million X to 2.5 so that other districts can think about things that they want for their area.
So 5 to 2?
5 to 2.5.
Thank you, Doctor.
Because I want everybody to take part in this newly identified funding. I'm that type of person.
That's why we love you.
I know. Doing it for Memphis.
Thank you, Doc. Doctor, 2 doctors in here. I really wish we would have talked about this at the other meeting, because we were talking about the Greenway too. All of that's part of it. So I know 2.5, was that included in what we talked about earlier today, trying to help them in getting in, I mean, money-wise, because it may be all of it.
I wasn't
It's 14.
here, but I was listening to Wolf River Greenway. So they control. Before I was on council, I was part of the board for Greater Memphis Green Line that was advocating for green lines in certain spaces. Wolf River Greenway controls some portions, and so this would be managed by Parks afterwards. So it wouldn't be under the Wolf River Conservancy.
Well, let's go. This morning, all of it's gonna be by Parks, okay? That's what we talked about this morning, and all of this is part of it, because if you look at it, you got everything that you're talking about. I'm thinking about the money part, okay? I know we went back to 2.5, but what they're doing, we may hit a whole 5 million. You're splitting up things. This person getting something and then that person getting something. Everybody needs to really kind of get together and to be complete. That's what I'm saying. We talked about that this morning, and that was part of it, okay? It's always been part of it. Down the road, it's been part of it since they started. Yeah, but Park's gonna be running it all, okay? I just don't want to duplicate money to nobody, okay? Yeah, because if we duplicate, I mean, I know you went down 2.5. I want to make sure that, hey, you get your money, because there's money in my district that I don't have that was taken away the same way. And it ain't no 2.5, it's a lot less, you know. But we duplicate a lot of different things, okay? Everybody that come to us, this one come to us, this one come to us, and it's the same project, okay? That's why I want to let people know too. We got a lot of people that represent the city of Memphis, really don't do anything but put money in their pockets. I'm going back to that, okay? We got a lot of groups that, hey, they say they represent us, they don't do anything but put money in pockets, and that day over. You know, I'm trying to not call by name right now. I'm hoping they just come to us and say, hey, I don't want to do this anymore. I've gotten what I can put in my pocket, and I don't want to keep putting it in my pocket. I'm being honest with you. So, and hey, it's 1 or 2 or 3 people. And when you add up what they get from us, they're taking millions and millions. You can finish your project, baby. You know, if they quit putting it somewhere that all they want to do is just say they don't represent us at all, okay? Well, that's what I'm saying. But I'm having issues with people doing things and it really don't help, especially North Memphis, South Memphis, and all the rest. Nobody else may not give a doggone, but I'm caring about it right now, okay? Because I've been neglected. You know, I went to a meeting, and hey, all y'all super districts on my end, y'all part of it. Hell, I couldn't even get down the doggone street. They promised me that they were going down there, and I be damned. I had folks call me, and it's the same damn way, okay? Whew. It's kind of sad. They're not gonna do it out east. They're not gonna tolerate that, okay? But shucks, I'm kind of getting a little tired, okay? And I don't want this council to kill me. Not with this bull. Hey, I'm talking about with bull. With people that hell is only about them doggone selves, okay? And them days over. You know, every time we talk, hey, let's let these days be over because we're not gonna grow at all. We're gonna go backwards. We can't afford. And then, hey, everybody sit back. We had hell when it came down to budget. Y'all think about that one too. I'm gonna be quiet, but you know, I'm gonna write a whole list of all these names, and I'm gonna have the paperwork for it, and I'm gonna pass it all out, okay? And you know what? I want to give y'all a good little story. Emails. I don't like emails. I'll tell you why, because you don't know whose hand to get in. There was somebody sent an email out. This was doing light, gas, and water. Black folk. If they pay your bill, if they pay the bill, do not go out there and cut it back on until 2 or 3 days later. I want to teach them a lesson. That was an email sent by Light, Gas, and Water. We had a meeting. He was here, and I said, did you send an email out? No, I didn't. I said, yes, you did. Said, hey, if somebody pay their bill, leave it off for 2 or 3 days, teach them a lesson. No, I didn't send that out. One S was working in. Y'all know One S. I said, One S, please pass all that out, his email, to everybody here. I bought him for a penny. He went up under the damn desk. Embarrassing. But that was sent to black folk. And the bad thing about it, he was black. But what I'm saying, we doing a lot of different things with people in shucks. It ain't got no color to it. Okay? And if we can save some of them millions that they're ripping us off with, we can do a hell of a lot of different things. That's why I keep trying to tell y'all wake up. And some of these people may be our friends, but friendship and business is 2 different things. Okay? And like I said, I got a list that I'm gonna bring out everybody's name, and it's time to get rid of all these people. Okay? And a lot of them know who they are. I'm through.
All right, so thank you, Councilman Ford. I'm gonna make a couple comments, and then I'm gonna allow the maker of this resolution say a few words. She said it's gonna be brief. So this is what I want to see happen. So this is what I want to see happen. So I'm probably gonna make a motion. Hopefully it depends on what the maker of the motion. And the same thing for item 2 and 3. Be mad at me later. This is what I want to see happen. I want to remove the request to same 9 minutes off both 2 and 3. I think we should take a vote on both of these items today, but I don't like the request to same 9 minutes for a couple of reasons. One, what I don't know, I don't have anything from the administration about this. I want to see what a comprehensive plan looks like. Same thing we've been saying. Not gonna beat up on y'all because council's done enough of that today. But we don't have a comprehensive plan from you all. What we've doing, because if y'all don't have a comprehensive plan, I'm gonna look at Councilwoman Easter Thomas. She's probably gonna come back with $5 million, and I'm gonna come back with the other $5 million. But that's problematic for everyone who calls Memphis home because every district is not able to benefit for funds that this body has. So I would love to see a comprehensive request. If y'all don't have a comprehensive request, you already know what's going to happen. Because Councilwoman Swearingen Washington has $1 million ask. Councilwoman Easter Thomas still has it says $5 million. I know she may agree to a friendly amendment, but I don't have anything from you all. If you all don't have a plan, I know Councilwoman Easter Thomas have a plan. I know that Councilwoman Swearingen Washington have a plan. And if you look at item number 4, mine says, is a request from mine, the one that I put forth has a request of $99 million. So I'm going to remove that as well because I have a plan for the funds as well. So what I want to do is take a vote on item number 2 with no sign that minutes.
Could I speak on that first?
Hold on. There's a request for number 3. There's a request to sign that minutes. It's $1 million, and I have a 223. What I'm going to do is when we get to item number 3, I'm going to move to amend item number 3 to incorporate mine into my resolution into Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Hopefully she doesn't oppose that. But I do want to see something from the administration. We've come to this body several times. The nicest way that I can put it, but there's nothing from you all. That's the nicest way I can say it. And I know Dr. Warren has a question, but then I know Councilwoman Easter Thomas in the queue, Chief Adams, Dr. Warren, and then we're going to go ahead.
Thank you.
Hold up. I'm sorry. Councilwoman was, okay.
Yeah, on item number 1, the
item number 1, you mean item number 2?
Item number 2, yes. One of the things that I think we need to think about when we're looking at this, and for those that weren't in the Parks Committee meeting today, this is part of connecting that 26-mile greenway. And that greenway goes through more than just Councilwoman Easter Thomas's district. It's going to go and include the whole city as far as the benefits we're going to have when it goes through. So I think that as we're looking at this, we need to look at this as an infrastructure investment that we're making to help our tourist industry and also help local neighborhoods and people's transportation. So, and if what I'm seeing here is this is trying to facilitate a more rapid production of this green line, then it seems to me to make sense. So
you don't have any. I don't think anybody on this body is opposed to this. But her initial ask was $5 million,
and the question is that what we need, and was that what was proposed today?
So her initial ask was $5 million because it doesn't seem to be a plan for this money. My position is this. If we don't have a plan for this money, we may need to go back up to $5 million. What I want to see between now and the next meeting, if there is a plan. And then if there isn't a plan, why not $5 million? Councilwoman Swearingen Washington's request is for $1 million. If there isn't a plan, why not the full $1 million? The request that I have is for $223,000. If there is no plan, why not $223,000? So I don't think anyone's opposed to these allocations. I think the question is, does the administration have a plan? If not, I know there are some very capable people on this body with plans.
I like your idea of no same night minutes, and that way we can have it come back to us next week. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. So Warren, Easter Thomas, and then Logan. I have no idea what order it is.
Can I please?
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
The administration definitely has a plan with regard to spending this money. This money then, there are dollars that can be spread throughout all districts equally. The reason that you were not provided a plan, but I do anticipate that this money will be available is because this money, if you recall, was initially designated for 100 North Main. We still have a vote on that. And so we wanted to make sure it was ripe before we provided the plan. So there is a plan, and we will bring this back. I'm pretty sure we could accommodate as such. And I do appreciate Dr. Easter Thomas and her willingness to work with us. And we will make sure that the remaining funds are in next year's CIP to finish the entire project.
Good.
I was just trying to get clarity because I know this morning I had asked Wolf River to come to do a presentation because when I met with them, they mentioned that that the Chelsea leg was not finished, and I encouraged them to get with Councilwoman Easter Thomas as well. But if they don't finish that, then the entire project will not be complete, and we would have wasted a lot of investment dollars. So, but I don't remember, I wrote it down, but I don't remember it being 5 million, but it's been back and forth on that leg. So I do think it's important for you all to go ahead and get that so we can complete the entire process to make it make sense for the entire city. We have spent a lot of money on that, and that is needed to close it out. 2 legs, that one and one closer out. So that's what you all are bringing back. Is that what you told them to bring back? That amount for this one?
No, ma'am. So I think with regard to the total amount, I think Director Boleen is kind of opined on that. It is the 2.5 now, and then of course we would have the 2.5 in next fiscal year to make it whole. I think we are firm as far as pricing is concerned, but we just wanted to make sure that we bring economies to scale and that we do provide a comprehensive plan where the money could be reallocated to all districts.
Accelerate Memphis money?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And that is the original 10 million
Right.
that was originally supposed to go to 100 North Main.
Okay. Can you also bring, there's one more leg that is not complete on the Wolf River Greenway.
Yeah, again, Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So I'll kind of weigh in on that. Part of the presentation that the Wolf River Greenway made today was kind of an outline of the overall trail and greenway. There is another phase of the project for the Wolf River Greenway. It's called the Phase 16 project, and that basically is north of the Chelsea Green Line. So that segment that is being funded differently than the Chelsea Green Line. So this Chelsea Green Line is being funded internally right now with this request, and then at some point, based on funding availability and other funding sources, that Phase 16 will continue on. To touch base on that Phase 16, it is under design as well. So the engineering, design, and permitting portion of it is funded. However, the construction dollars have not been appropriated at that point.
Is that not us?
Yes. So at some point, once the funding source is defined, then it will be presented to this body for the appropriation and allocation accordingly.
So what I'm asking is, will you all come again for money to fund that the leg that's not complete? And do we know how?
So for this specific request for Chelsea Green Line, so the Phase 16, at some point, again, it depends on where the funding source is coming from. So we will be submitting for, additional grant funding to get that construction going. If this body decides to take it upon itself to fund it fully, then that would be presented at that time. But at this point, we don't know what that dollar amount is.
Should we decide and we cannot secure grant funding, you all will know so that you are informed and you can make that decision. What we're trying to do now is complete the portion that runs inside the city. And that's what this money was really allocated for. And we just want to make sure that everyone we level set as far as that's concerned. But we are seeking grant funding to help us with that. Should we not be able to, we'll be able to bring it back to you all and say, look, we don't have the money. We couldn't secure it from outside sources. We need the additional funds to do so.
And is anybody working on that now?
Yes, ma'am. That's what Director Boleen said. He and his team are working on seeking the funding.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll circle back to you
Yes,
offline to talk about that more.
Yes, ma'am.
So I was having a conversation, Director. I'm actually offline. Doesn't appear to be anyone else in the queue. Councilwoman Easton Thomas, you're in the queue. Oh, Councilman Ford, do you want to close out or you want Councilman Ford to speak first? Councilman J. Ford Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What about the county? They providing any funding?
There are some phases of the Greenway that is being facilitated and being funded by Shelby County. I believe that is phase 6 of the entire Greenway project. And I think it was presented during the the Wolf River Greenway presentation this morning.
So how does it stack up? Who's got more in the game?
You know, it's us.
We did.
You know, they don't necessarily believe they.
As the presentation was presented this morning, I think ultimately the responsible party for the maintenance for the entire Greenway will be the city of Memphis. That what was presented, and eventually this entire trail will be then maintained by the city. So I foresee that the city having more skin in the game.
Thank you, Chairman.
All right, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, and then y'all, like usual, we're behind schedule. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so I am glad it's kind of coincidental that the Wolf River Greenway presentation lined up with this resolution on today. But as I was listening, it also shed light on the fact that I don't want to put words in their mouth, but I don't think they was planning to fund this anyway. I don't think it was part of their funding plan. I know that since 2016, just as a North Memphis resident, I've been advocating for the completion of the Chelsea Avenue Green Line way before I got crazy and said I was going to put myself on the ballot. So with this opportunity to go ahead and finish up, even in breaking it into phases, just gives us more hope than we've had for almost the last decade. Of just trying to have ample amounts of green space where we can just feel safe to just be. And then also just to remind you all, there were plans to not even have that sort of green space on that part of Chelsea. So being able to do that really turns it around and gives us a new positive trajectory for the community. And I will, as Chairman Smiley asked for removal of same night minutes, I'm amenable to that. I'll take same night minutes off of number 2. As I said, maybe you didn't think about it last week, maybe you're thinking about it now, but I do want people in other districts to think of how, we can take some more advantage of this $10 million. So that's why I'm bringing it down to 2.5 so that we can just do this phase. The VECA residents can get some kind of solace that they have some support from council on stuff that's supposed to happen in our area of town. And changing this caption to resolution to allocate and appropriate $2.5 million to the Chelsea Avenue Green Line, removing the same night minutes. Also, Director Berlin, and I want to make sure I say on record, Chief Adams as well, that since this is not being done by Wolf River Greenway, and it's being done by the city, that we can also have another chance to prioritize MWBE heightened participation on the construction of this phase so that we can get a 2-for-1, if you say, with this being able to go in our community. So as I asked earlier, I still hope that whether you'll walk or traverse this way or not, you'll still be a co-sponsor. Removing same 9 minutes and changing this from 5 million to 2.5 so we can do more things around our district with this newly identified money. And for that, Chair, I call for the question for this.
Best word she said, call for the question. We heard what said. There's no same 9 minutes on this item. All those in favor? Any opposed? It's a opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. All right, we're going to get to the next item number 3. Councilwoman, I need to read it. I'm about to skip reading it. My bad. All right, item number 3, resolution to transfer $1 million from Accelerate Memphis program. All council districts sponsored by Councilwoman Swearengin Washington. I have a friendly amendment. Before I read, do you agree to remove the request for same 9 minutes? Councilwoman Easter Thomas has as well. Councilwoman Swearengin Washington does not want to agree, but she will hopefully agree. Reluctantly, she's going to agree. All right. I like the reluctant agreement. Councilwoman Swearengin Washington, the floor is yours, ma'am, and then I'm going to talk through my friendly amendment, hopefully.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, move it. Thank you, Councilwoman Spinoza. Moved by Spinoza, seconded by Dr. Warren. And I might get beat up, y'all. So if I'm hurt, Councilwoman Swearengin Washington did it.
Thank you, Chair. We are needing some cameras and other technology to be able to place in this corridor of the parkways. Those areas in specific would be South Parkway and Airways, South Parkway and Lamar, South Parkway, Cooper, Southern area. Those areas are main corridors leading to the Liberty Park area, leading to Cooper Young. We're needing to have more monitoring of the, in order to be able to deter the criminal activity in those high crime areas, specifically the Orange Mound community, as well as Castalia Heights. We know that Lamar is a main corridor for our transportation within this city. Thousands and thousands of cars are going down there, and it makes no sense not to have an instrument or tool that can monitor cars, be able to monitor traffic, monitor accidents and things that are going on in that area. So I'm asking for that $1 million so that we can be able to help the constituents in that area, be able to monitor, be able to assist the police department with having the necessary technology to support them. And I'm asking for my colleagues to please support these communities in that effort. This would not only benefit District 4, but they will have the data necessary to be able to utilize all throughout the city. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I'm gonna propose a friendly amendment to your resolution. So I know Dr. Warren and Councilman Carlisle in his absence and Councilwoman Green and pretty much this whole body always asks the county to do more. And I think we're gonna, I'm gonna propose that we take them up on their offer. I don't know if you can put your other head on, Councilwoman Green, but pretend to put your other head on. All right, so I'm gonna read the two whereas clauses that are gonna be added into Councilwoman Swearingen Washington's resolution. Accelerate Memphis funds. Whereas the Shelby County Board of Commissioners has allocated $223,000 to develop recreational facilities for youth in anticipation of a successful campaign for the remaining funds. I'm gonna read the next whereas clause. Now therefore be it resolved that the Memphis City Council hereby allocates $223,000 from Accelerate Memphis to park improvements and requires that a report be given on the capital campaign during the FY26 budget season prior to the appropriation of funds. So, long story short, the county commission allocated $223 for development of a park near a school, Lorenz Middle School. They believe that they're going to have a successful capital campaign to raise $500,000. What they wanted us to do is to support that effort. What I'm proposing is that we appropriate, get the language right, we allocate, set aside $223,000 for the period of time to see if they're going to actually be able to complete their capital campaign. If they are not able to complete their capital campaign, those funds will revert back to the city of Memphis. So we're going to support them in their efforts. Hopefully they're successful and they have this park built. If they're not, those funds will come back to the city of Memphis.
Chairman,
So, yes, ma'am.
is that, was that Commissioner Sugarman's?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I just want to, it was a skate park?
Yeah.
Okay.
So now you can take your head back off. Thank you for making sure I captured what the Shelby County Commission Board has done. So those are the two amendments. So the last two before their resolve clauses are, now therefore be it resolved that the Memphis City Council does hereby approve the allocation of $1 million from the Accelerate Memphis bonds for the installation and expansion of surveillance cameras throughout designated areas throughout District 4 with the locations prioritized based on crime data and recommendations from the Memphis Police Department. These funds shall be placed in a separate CIP cover line created by the City of Memphis Finance Division within the Memphis City Council budget. Now there be it further resolved that the Memphis City Council hereby allocates $223,000 for Accelerate Memphis to park improvements and requires that a report be given on the capital campaign during FY26 budget season prior to the appropriation of funds. Sponsored by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. If this is a friendly amendment, please add me as a co-sponsor. Friendly amendment, Councilwoman?
Yeah, that's fine.
Friendly amendment.
That's fine.
All right, doesn't appear there are any questions on this. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. What's the last item? I am pretty messy up here today. Item number 4. Oh, never mind. Item number 4 is stricken. So we're back to our friends. You know, I like to see you, Chief Person and Chief Adams, but it may be time for y'all to allow our friends who also do good work from first aid to take the hot seat.
About
a lot of
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You may begin whenever you're ready. If you start with your name and address, please.
Good afternoon. Dr. Candace Thomas with First Aid Memphis, 1350 Concourse Avenue, Suite 481. We have two reports for you this afternoon. Our quarterly pre-K report, which is per our ordinance and contract with both the city and the county. So I'll be going over high level. That is on the left-hand side of your packet that my teammate just handed to you. And it reads pre-K outcomes report if you want to follow along. And then we also have a report on what we've been doing over the past 8 months, really understanding better the pre-K landscape in the community and wanting to talk to you about some preliminary ideas regarding pre-K for all. So if you are in the pre-K outcomes report, the first few slides are some of our standard slides just outlining our role in the early childhood system here in Memphis and Shelby County. And then if you are on slide number 6, this is a reminder that this is a Q4 report. So this is from March 18th to May 24th. Slide number 7 and 8 are our budgets. So you see our projected budgets for the last few years, and then slide number 8 includes our actual budgets. So you see how we spent our money and how much was allocated in each section. And as we have done continuously, slide number 9 outlines how we've spent those funds in the quarter. And consistent with how we spent the funds over the past several years, 89% here goes directly to teacher salary and other personnel salary. And then you see the breakdown of how we've spent the funds from administrative and program cost. Slide 9 just reminds us of our income eligibility for our pre-K efforts here in Memphis and Shelby County. And this effort has the highest income eligibility in the community. And some folks have asked about demographics, and you see that answered on page 11, showing the racial and ethnic breakdown and gender breakdown of the staff in our program. So moving to page 13 or slide 13, there is a map. We have some updated maps for you where our classrooms are located in the city and county. And page 14 really does outline first aid classrooms by each city district. So you have that for you. And then some of our measures, as you may remember, we measure enrollment and attendance. And so we have 94% enrollment in Q4, which is really the highest enrollment we've had post the pandemic. So we have a lot to celebrate for all of those babies getting to school and enrolled in the program. And then we're at 87% attendance, which is consistent with where we've been at the end of the school year. And we're seeing a slight decline in attendance due to summer vacations. So as we close out the report, if we keep going through the slide deck, on slide 19, just confirming that 100% of our teachers are receiving instructional coaching monthly. And slide 20 outlines with families who participate in our family engagement personnel efforts. 100% of those were connected to personnel, and you see outlined here what supports folks are asking for: kindergarten transition, family well-being, and family as lifelong educators. So this is the end of the quarterly report, so it does not include kindergarten readiness, nor does it include pre-K skills, because those will come for the annual report. So that was Q4.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have another report for you that we want to really talk through with you and introduce to the council. And we're also happy to meet with folks one-on-one if needed. For the past 8 months, our pre-K team has really been analyzing what is happening in pre-K in Memphis and Shelby County. And we talked to every single municipal district in the county. We've talked to private child care providers and charter schools. We surveyed and did focus groups as well as individual interviews with 400 parents and 400 parents and providers, which ended with the creation of this pre-K for all proposal. So essentially what we've learned, one is that, as you all know, parents have to meet a certain income threshold in order to be eligible for pre-K. Many folks who are not meeting the income threshold are spending more than $1,000 per month on pre-K or a child care effort. So everyone has said to us, how can we make sure that we can have access to pre-K regardless of income? And that is what our pre-K for all proposal is. Can we expand our joint ordinance, so the ordinance that the city and the county has with First State Memphis, to expand pre-K regardless of income in our community? So this packet of information outlines our goal for moving pre-K for as many 4-year-olds as possible, which is probably about 75% of 4-year-olds, and extending it to 3-year-olds in our community, because people are also paying $1,000 a month for care for their 3-year-old. So this is a hefty adventure and price tag. If you are following on page 9, we break down all of the different funding streams for pre-K right now. So there's federal funding streams, there's state, and then your dollars, city and county dollars. And so if we think about expanding pre-K for all 4-year-olds and income-eligible 3-year-olds at the very least, we're seeing an expanded public investment in young children in this community. And if you are following on page 12, it lists out what our goal would look like. So our pre-K 3 goal would be serving approximately 50% of 3-year-olds in the community, and the pre-K 4 goal would be serving 75% of 4-year-olds in the community. I'm on page 12 of the pre-K for all proposal. So we broke it down by also family income. So if you think about family income in Memphis and Shelby County, and we have a firefighter and a school teacher, their salary would be roughly $7,600 per month. They would not qualify for pre-K as it exists today. They would be over income. And so we outlined for you all of the income eligibility on page 13 to show you that even with a common family in this community, they're currently not eligible, which is another reason why we're beginning to advocate for pre-K for all, to make sure regardless of income, so in this case, a school teacher and a firefighter, that they would have access to pre-K. So on page 14, right now, in Tennessee, we spend $6,000 per year on a pre-K student. That is $6,000 less than what we should be spending. Here in Memphis and Shelby County, with your dollars, we are at $9,000 per student. But really, we should be at $12,000. So we would be asking for not only an expansion of who pre-K is eligible to, but how much we're spending per child, because we know that the more money we spend, the higher quality program we have. So essentially, $12,000 per child just gets us a much stronger program than what we have now. And how would we do it? Because the districts don't have any more seats. So this would actually have to happen in private child care provider centers. because the school districts don't have any more space for young children. So if we were to expand pre-K for all, it would be expanded to private providers. So just to finish up our proposal, you'll see as you continue to go through the deck, the expansion, our idea is pre-K 3, pre-K all, pre-K 4 expansion. And we're gonna be coming to you over the next few months and helping us think about our priorities and how much we can expend toward this. Because as you can imagine, serving all of these children would be expensive. We've broken down the highest level costs on page 22. If we only did pre-K 4, if we did pre-K 4 and 50% of 3, and if we did all 3 and 4-year-olds. So it's a big price tag that we wanna work with you to think about how can we prioritize this community for further investments in early childhood education. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for being here today. If I could start, I just want to ask a quick question. Have any advancements been made in the Hispanic and Latino communities for getting children enrolled, but also in staffing?
Not since our last quarterly report. You did bring that to our attention, and we have been working with SUCASA primarily to think about teacher pipeline and to making sure that we are expanding services in the Latino community.
Okay, maybe we can meet offline. Ms. Mauricio and myself, we also have some other connections within the community that may be a good resource for you to have as far as the teacher pipeline.
Okay.
All right. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Your 3-year-old program, what was the impetus for that, if you don't mind me asking?
Mm-hmm. There are 2 major impetus. One, 4 years old is too late. We know that children are going to be ready for school when we start to invest in them really beginning at birth. So we are sort of working our way down in terms of age rather than working our way up as in other cities and communities do. So that's the first reason. The second reason, actually, the state did something really innovative, and they're expanding voluntary pre-K to 3-year-olds. So we want to be, we're already ahead of every other community in this state with our investments now, but we need to be on par with what the state is moving towards, which is now admitting 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds in the same classrooms.
And would that be like Head Start?
The state is voluntary pre-K.
Okay.
Head Start is federal.
Okay. So you're wanting to, so where are we with the 4-year-olds? I think you said that the city is at their max, and we're gonna be using private facilities?
So we are, right now, we have roughly 8,500 4-year-olds in some sort of pre-K program across the city and the county. There are about 1,000 more that are paying for private seats that we are arguing, can we support them with city and county funds so that they don't have to pay for pre-K, that it's available to them regardless of income. The 4-year-old seats, all of the districts in our community do not have actual space to open up to 4-year-olds. So this would be an effort where we would actually invest in private childcare centers and businesses to make sure that they have 3 or 4-year-old seats available that are publicly funded.
Okay, and we can talk offline about what that looks like in terms of private, public funding for private facilities and how that would impact what we're doing for the public, the centers. I just want to make sure we're not, I remember last time we talked, you said that there was a challenge with having teachers in the classroom. Have we fixed that?
Well, we have a teacher pipeline strategic framework that we're working on, and we have some funding to help move that along. And so we haven't fixed it yet, but we have a strategy in place. We're trying to address it in terms of recruiting teachers, retaining teachers and really training them as well, because we're also seeing that people are not necessarily trained in child development. And so we have a framework that we have just worked on over the past several months with a bunch of stakeholders to try to address the teacher pipeline challenges.
Okay, if you could send me some information about where we are on that, as well as have you had an opportunity to speak with your organization? Do we interface with like the school board members or those that are in the traditional school in terms of what is needed, or when they age out of your program and go into the school system, that transition, what that looks like and how that works, and if there are any gaps or any social issues or any thing that needs to be addressed with that. I love I'm glad that we have this program and love what the potential is. Just want to make sure that we continue to hone in on it, because I feel like we should invest in this program, because I'd love to give the school system children that are very ready, that are capable, that are good listeners, good thinkers, critical thinkers, and can read, and that have those wraparound services provided for them. Just want to make sure that we are being intentional and making certain that those proficiency rates are high and they have the wraparound services that they need to be solid when they go. And then when they get there, is there a shock, or is there a drop in the service and the for those families, and what does that look like? So, and then some other things I'll talk offline, but if you could bring that information back, that'd be great.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Walker and then Councilman Warren, just to give you an update, we are currently 1 hour behind.
Thank you for that. I'll be brief. So thank you for coming today. I know that this is a great program and what additional funding would mean. And I appreciate the addition of 4-year-olds, or you said 3-year-olds. Yeah. And, in recent years, the buzz is pre-K, 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 pre-K. But something happens after the fact, because the superintendent was here during budget, and we have 23% proficient at reading, only 23%, and 16% proficient at math. And so something is happening. If the pre-K is so important, and if the pre-K is making a difference, something is happening, and that's my concern, and that is what I think part of our focus should be, although we're just not into education like that. And I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman Walker. Dr. Warren.
Thank you. I know that we've got other programs out that show 2- and 3-year-olds learn very well. Are you hoping to eventually get this down to 2-year-olds also?
Yes, if there is funding for it, absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, anybody else have any questions, comments? Okay. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate your time and your presentation. Colleagues, we are
Good morning, colleagues, City of Memphis. I'd like to call to order the Personnel and Government Affairs Committee of the Memphis City Council at 12:46 a.m. Ms. Johnson, please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman White. Councilman Spinoza. Dr. Warren. Councilman Walker. Dr. Michael Anissa Thomas.
Present. Colleagues, we have one double appointment for Memphis and Shelby County Groundwater Quality Control Board, Heather Holtz and Jason Simpson. Can I get a motion in a second? Move it. Motion by Canali, second by Spinoza. Heather and Jason, are you present? All right. If you would approach the mic and you can turn it on till it turns green. If you can, in whatever order, give your name, address, and a few words you'd like to share on your appointment.
Okay. No? Okay. It should be. Jason Simpson, currently live at 4316 Greenmount Avenue. I guess I'll go through my education. I'm a graduate of White Station High School. Yeah. University of Memphis I went to after that. I have a degree in civil engineering. I'm a licensed engineer in the state of Tennessee. Since I graduated in 2014, I've been with the city of Memphis, Public Works for the most part, working in environmental maintenance, a little bit in industrial monitoring and pretreatment. So currently I'm at environmental maintenance as a senior environmental engineer is what I am right now. So, I don't know.
Anything you're looking forward to is serving on a very important board of groundwater quality control.
Yeah, that's happy to serve on the board. Protecting the aquifer, it's a big asset for the city of Memphis. I think it's one of our biggest assets that we have. It's very important. You only get one of them. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Ms. Holtz.
There won't be any arguing here. My name is Heather Holtz. I live at 2202 Littlemore Drive. I graduated from high school in Canada, so like I said, no arguing from here. I have a bachelor degree in freshwater science and a master's degree in environmental science. I worked for the city of Memphis for 10 years, all of that with the stormwater department. I've worked various roles at the department. Currently, I manage the construction, illicit discharge, and industrial site inspections for compliance with our stormwater ordinances. I also manage our enforcement program with compliance with our ordinances. So everything from violations, civil penalties, and stormwater board hearings. Stormwater, surface water quality is linked with groundwater quality, so I'm really excited to serve in this new role and to protect more of our, like I said, our water quality here in Memphis.
Thank you, Ms. Holtz. Colleagues, any questions, any comments? All right, well, let's go to a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Ms. Holtz and Mr. Simpson, it'll go down in 2 weeks for full council, but it looks like you're in this building anyway, so you'll be here.
Everybody, welcome to the Memphis Light Gas and Water Committee for the Memphis City Council. Today's Tuesday, October the 1st. Ashley, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman White. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Walker. Councilman Canale.
Here.
And Chair Espinoza.
Here, thank you,
Councilwoman
Ashley.
Green is also present,
Councilwoman
sorry.
Green's here. So there's 2 items on the agenda. We're an hour behind, but just wanted to make everybody aware of that. 2 items on the agenda. Neither of them require just 2 discussions, a vote, or anything like that. So item number 1, President McGowan, thank you for being here. Discussion of MLGW fiscal consent agenda for October 1st, 2024. All council districts requested by MLGW. The floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have several items to discuss on the fiscal consent. I'll start with item number 1, which is titled TVA Community Care Fund. We're thankful that TVA has made an additional contribution of $330,000 that MLGW intends to match. This is allowing us to have an additional $660,000 of utility assistance for our customers who need it. And this goes along with the City of Memphis's $1 million utility assistance fund, Shelby County CSA, which is about $12 million a year, MIFA plus one, which is around $250,000, $300,000. So with your approval, we'll be able to provide some additional utility assistance. Item number 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all professional services for our information services and IT department. These are all change orders to existing contracts. Our IT department, and Lachelle Vaughn is here, she's our vice president and CIO. They have 100+ members on their full-time workforce, and they use these contracts to hire specialized people for IT projects to bring in and work right alongside our people. So these are folks from the local Memphis area who come on under contract to help do work alongside us and help us to implement various and sundry new software and hardware projects at Memphis Light Gas and Water. And so the first is with Tate Computer Systems. The second is change order number 1 for First Link Technologies. Again, a local company here as part of our IT professionals. The third is with CTD Staffing, again, a local company that provides IT professionals to work alongside our MLGW IT professionals. And the fourth is with Next Tech Solutions, providing, again, some of the workforce that Ms. Vaughn uses to help deliver quality IT services and to maintain our systems. Moving on to Televent Maintenance Agreement for $264,000. This is with Snyder's Electric Smart Grid Solutions. This provides support for our Oracle e-business suite system. Oracle, just like the city, that is how we do our business online inside the MLGW enterprise. We do everything from payroll to approvals of contracts in the Oracle system. So this is a maintenance to make sure that our Oracle system continues to operate. Importantly, you'll see this calls out Esri GIS. All of our data is in a geospatial information system, so it's important as we're doing locates, as we're doing infrastructure replacement, that we know exactly where our infrastructure is. So GIS helps us keep track of all the parts and pieces in our very large utility system. Item number, can't remember the number, but the diesel fuel item is $6.3 million. This is a contract that we have in partnership with the city of Memphis to provide diesel fuel for our fleet. This keeps our trucks on the road and allows us to continue to do the work we do, from bucket trucks to the work with our utility workers, keeps our crews on the road and in the field. And the last item I have is transportation uniforms in the amount of $309,000. This is a 5-year option. What this provides is professional cleaning services. If you've seen advertisements on TV for uniform providers, our mechanics do work that is heavily laden with petrochemicals. They're underneath trucks, they get greasy, they get oil, and they get fuel on them. And so we provide them with uniforms, and they are professionally cleaned and extracted. I heard you talk about the fire department earlier where they do professional cleaning. We provide them uniforms such that they can stay in a clean uniform. Sometimes they change up to twice a day based on the work that they're doing. But this is for the health and safety of our mechanics to make sure that they work in a healthful environment. And subject to your questions, sir, that's all I have for the consent agenda items.
All right. Thank you,
I have
President
one more
McGowan.
item after that.
President McGowan. Councilwoman Green's in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make two sort of general remarks. One is on item number 7 and the diesel fuel, the fuel purchase. I encourage the city of Memphis. I will also encourage MLGW to consider greening their fleet as we move forward. I'm sure Councilman Warren will be with me, but as we can move, and Walker, as we can move towards, love y'all, as we can move towards even, I know, Philip's so hurt. Love you too, Philip, okay? It's on the record now. Less reliance on costly and, pollutant-filled things like diesel fuel, the better. So I just put that out there because you're constantly working towards all of these purchases. When we're thinking through this, let's also think about hybrids or electric vehicles for your fleet. The other remark I wanted to make was we have 8 resolutions on today and 5 are change orders. And I know that a lot of vendors plan to make their money in the change orders. And one of them is actually on its change number 4. So I highlight that to us as a body and, to you as well. We watched what happened, right, with the change orders with the cameras, right? And that ended up costing us an extra $1.2 million. We just have to be mindful that if we continue to change things, it continues to cost us more funds. So that means we need to budget better on the front end and write our contracts better on the front end so that we're budgeting properly. So again, I'm sure all of these things, you've done such a great job with these slides and explaining them to us, what they're for and what their impact will be and why we need them. There's nothing specific here. Again, this is just moving forward as we continue to budget, just making sure we are budgeting properly so that we're not having to continue to do as many change orders.
I agree with that. And we're certainly going to look at the greening of the fleet. That's something we've been talking about. How do we do that? It's not necessarily prevalent in the utility industry yet with the heavy equipment that we've got. So, but we're working on that. That's an industry-wide trend. And on the change orders, some of these are probably shouldn't really be labeled change orders. They're an extension of the contract for a subsequent year. But I get your point. We just had this discussion with our board, and internally is like, okay, there's a potential for a change order here. Do we just bid it out again or not? And so we're aligned on that internally because I understand exactly the point that you had earlier. So.
Well, and I don't know what your opportunities are to use the CMAR model in various contracts, but I know a lot of local governments, especially, are moving towards that model to prevent this sort of back-end additions.
Right. Yeah, we are as well. These ones you have today are really just the extensions of the contract for a subsequent year, but we do have, and to your specific question on CMAR, we just considered that on one of our water pumping stations here. And so we're looking very closely at which one makes the most sense for us. So we're absolutely, I love that model because I've used it a lot. And so we're going to try that every time we can.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you to President McGowan. 8 items, around $20 million. A lot of details. I love seeing this every week, transparency, and we did it in 8 minutes.
I have one more item, Mr. Chair.
So item number 1, we'll move on to item number 2, but not so fast. Councilwoman Logan requested that, and she just asked without objection for us to hold it. She just wanted to look at that, maybe call you offline, if that's okay. That was her request, so that's what we're going to do without objection from council members.
I did pass a lot of background information if y'all would like to look at
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman White. Chair Canale.
Here, Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 8 items on the agenda today. Item number 8 will be held till November 12th. It has a companion piece that will come back on the 12th, so we'll hear those at the same time. If you would, colleagues, we are very short on time. We have some important business to do in executive. Not that P&Z, my P&Z folks, you are very important to us. Not that you're not important, but we're going to try to get through this as fast as possible. So, item number 1, a resolution to accept and appropriate federal National Park Service certified local government funds passed through the Tennessee Historical Commission for City of Memphis Landmarks Commissioner and staff's training, all council districts sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion to second? Moved by JSW, seconded by Warren. Who's here to speak on this item? Nobody. Moving on. Item number 2, PD 24-04, 2899 Lamar Avenue. There's a request to hold this item for 2 more weeks. So this item will be back in committee in 2 weeks. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for clarity to my colleagues, this number 8 is the Elvis Presley and Brooks Road location, but the address is Commercial Parkway. I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Council, number 3, item PD 24-05, 3086 Kasha Street request is amendment to the Fraser Business Center PD to allow expansion of an existing construction debris landfill and recycling center. This is in District 7, Super District 8. Can I get a motion to second?
Move it.
Moved by JSW. Can I get a second? Second by Cooper Sutton. Everybody had too much lunch there. DPD, could you make it brief? And I'm going to allow the applicant to speak briefly. I will assure you that we're not going to go to any questions from council today. I assure you I will give you ample time in 2 weeks to make your case. So the bulk of your case will be heard in 2 weeks, but if you could just go through briefly what it is that you're asking. DPD, you have the floor.
Division of Planning and Development, am I on? Yes.
Yeah, you're on.
Great. Yes, I will make it quick and reserve most of this for the public hearing at full council in 2 weeks. But this is item PD 24-5. The applicant is Memphis Rec & Co. And the representative, Mr. Wardlaw, is here with us today. I'll just go briefly through their ask and give some very quick information about our recommendation. But again, I'll save most of that for in 2 weeks. Here is a location map. You can see we're in the Fraser area. First thing, so what they are asking for is to expand an existing landfill. So I want to be very clear about what is meant by that word landfill. So credit to the Daily Memphian for this photo, but here you can see what sort of debris they accept. So this is what the state calls a Class 3 landfill, which is construction debris. So I just want to be abundantly clear about what we mean by the word landfill. Here's a quick history of the site. The major thing to know is that this use started about 2007, and then subsequently there have been attempts to expand, like the application that's in front of you today. So here's a site aerial. What you can see is parcel number 1 here, that is already operating as the Class 3 landfill. What they are asking is to expand into parcel 2 on the screen. And also what you can see labeled is Whitney Elementary School. Here's the surrounding land use. You see predominantly commercial uses, but also single-family residential uses. Here's some photos around the perimeter of the site.
Here's their concept plan. You can see they are planning for these two commercial out parcels, but predominantly a landfill. This shows their proposed final fill, so you can kind of see a little bit of the height that they're proposing. So our recommendation of rejection on this largely comes from Memphis 3.0. Again, I'll skip most of this in the interest of time, but we did determine this was inconsistent with Memphis 3.0, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you'd like more detail in that regard.
Yeah, thank you. We're not going to have any questions today.
Sure.
Does that finish your presentation?
Yes, pretty much. We are recommending rejection. However, if approved, we are recommending some modifications of their conditions, which you can find beginning on page 19 in the staff report.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Wardlaw, Mr. Brittenham, if you would briefly go through it again, you have my word. I'll give you plenty of time in 2 weeks for all council members to ask their questions and for you to make your case. So if you would, 2 weeks. Name and address for the record, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lou Wardlaw with Martin Tate Morrow in Marston, 6410 Poplar Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee. I'm here with Dedrick Brittenham. We represent the applicants who are here behind me, Steve and Carol Williamson. They operate a landfill, a Class 3 construction debris landfill. You'll have seen, or you will see in some opposition, it being called a dump and other negative things. It's not. It's a construction debris landfill. We'll go into that at the appropriate time. As staff said, there's very limited things they can accept. It's construction demolition material in tree-based matter. This body approved the landfill in 2007. It began operating in. The Williamsons have run it the entire time. We're asking for an expansion. Very briefly, it's very highly regulated by the state and local governments. We've submitted just scores of past inspections on that, and it will continue to be so. I want to address the one point that staff brought up, that their primary objection is the feeling, and I have great respect for staff and Mr. Wardrop, that it does not comply with Memphis 3.0. Respectfully, it does. And to show that, I'll say that we agree with the conditions that staff has placed on it, and we'd like to add one. At the end of this process, the entire completed remediated landfill site will be donated for public use. That could include things from a solar farm to a playground to a dog park to whatever benefits the public the most. This is the end of the walkability problem in the middle of Fraser. Rather than being a roadblock to walkability in Fraser, this ends with the large site, the old site and the new site, being walkable in the middle of Fraser. Either now or between now and the council meeting or at the council meeting, Mr. Brittenham and I or our applicants are happy to answer any questions that you may have, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wardlaw. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, would you like to make any statement?
Thank you, Chair. I know that this is coming to full council 2 weeks, 2 meetings. So I think there's just been a lot of conversation amongst the Fraser community. And I did get a chance to go visit. So I do suggest, if you have the time, if it so compels you, just to go visit and see for yourself and to make your opinion, and to also just keep that in mind as you're getting communication from folks in the community to make your decision in 2 weeks.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Colleagues, I would second what Councilwoman Easter Thomas had to say, that if you have the chance to go visit, and if I can make time, I plan to go visit it as well and review the packet that has been presented before you. But until then, I'm going to ask you to hold your questions for 2 weeks. All those in favor of sending this downstairs in 2 weeks with no recommendation signify by saying aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you, and there is an open invitation to visit, and I thank Dr. Easter Thomas for having done so. Saturday or Sunday?
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Colleagues, item number 4 and 5 will receive no presentation and no recommendation today. I will read them into the record. There are some extenuating circumstances, one being our amount of time that we have, and Alsac's General Counsel was not available to be here today. But Item number 4, SAC 24-04, portion of Jackson Avenue and Lauderdale Street between North 3rd Street and I-40. The request is to close and vacate a portion of Jackson Avenue and Lauderdale Street south of North 3rd Street, District 7, Super District 8. Can I get a motion to second? Moved by JSW, seconded by somebody, Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Lots of things going on in 7 today. Just to say that I also toured and had a meeting about this as well, to get a clearer understanding of what's going on. And if you have the time, again, I would implore you, especially if you hadn't been in St. Jude's campus and what's going on over there, to make a visit. But in this visit in particular, we rode around the proposed street closures to get a real view of what's going on. And it seems very sensical for what the St. Jude campus needs to do as far as expansion and not in the way of residents, which was my main question and concern. And it didn't seem like it was going to do that. So I'll be supporting this for the sensical part of it. But I do implore you to talk with the people at ALSAC, not St. Jude, right? We got to make a distinction. Okay. To get a view for yourself.
Thank you, Dr. Easter Thomas. Colleagues, all those in favor of sending item 4, and again, you'll have ample time in 2 weeks to ask all the questions that you have. I would encourage you for the next 2 weeks to get with them if you do have any questions beforehand. All those in favor of sending it downstairs in 2 weeks, no recommendation, signify by saying aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? All right, that item will be sent downstairs in 2 weeks. Item number 5, SAC 24-05, the entirety of St. Jude Place between Danny Thomas Boulevard and Lane Avenue. Request is to close and vacate a portion of St. Jude Place east of Danny Thomas Boulevard, District 7, Super District 8. Can I get a motion to second?
Move it.
Moved by JSW. Seconded by Pearl Walker. Thank you. Again, colleagues, we're not going to have any presentation or recommendation on this item. All those in favor of sending this downstairs in 2 weeks with no recommendation, signify by saying aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. Item number 6, SUP 24-35, 2895 Poplar Avenue. The request is to allow a drive-through restaurant in the Transit Overlay District. This is District 5, Super District 9. Can I get a motion to second? Moved by JSW. Seconded by Pearl Walker. DPD, you have the floor.
Nicholas Wardrop, Division of Planning and Development. I'll be quick. This is a request to reuse a building that was formerly a Wendy's on Poplar in the Transit Overlay District. One of the requirements of the Transit Overlay is that drive-through restaurants receive an SUP, so that's why we're here. Here's the zoning map. You can see it's Zone CMU 3. Here's some photos of the site, and here's what it looked like in 2014. So the Wendy's closed 2014 or 2015, and it's since been intermittently vacant. So here's what the site looks like today, and here's their proposed changes. You can see landscaping improvements being a major thing. So staff's concern, and I want to say that we're recommending approval with conditions on this. However, our concern was basically, we didn't want to see this SUP someday in the future justify a new building, right? So we're recommending conditions that would tie the SUP to the building itself, would have a sunset provision, which would require them to renew it every 5 years, subject to the land use control board review, and a prohibition on building expansion and construction of accessory structures. So with that, I can wrap up my presentation. We're recommending approval with the following conditions.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and for the conditions. Mr. Bray, you have any comments?
David Bray with Bray Firm, 2950 Stage Plaza North. We're in agreement with the conditions.
Okay. Colleagues, I will say that this location is down the street from my office, and it has been a blighted property for a number of years, so I'm excited to see something go back into it that will be useful. All those in favor of sending this item downstairs in 2 weeks with a favorable recommendation, signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Thank you, Mr. Bray. Thank you, DPD.
Mr. Chairman, can I say one thing about item number 8? It is a companion case to a different case, but it's about cleaning up the zoning issue on that. So it's less tied to the SUP. So that still needs to go forward regardless.
Yes.
But it's And we don't have an objection to you holding it. but
Okay. Yeah, so, correct. Thank you, Mr. Bray. That is correct. That regardless of what goes there, the zoning needs to change for any other business to go there as well. But if you're okay, we're just going to hold it till.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
Thanks, sir.
That's fine. I just want to make it.
All right. Item number 7, Z24-05, the east side of Waring Road, south of Sam Cooper Boulevard. The request is rezoning of 2.02 acres from residential R6 and residential single-family R15 and employment to residential urban R1, District 5, Super District 9. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by JSW. Seconded by Dr. Warren. DPD, the floor is yours.
Latonya Hull, DPD, presenting case Z 2024-05. It is a request for rezoning from R6, R15, and EMP to residential urban 1. There's a location and vicinity map for you. Photos, the property is located just south of Sam Cooper Boulevard. Currently, it is zoned EMP and multiple residential zones. The area in yellow is the site. There's site photos. It is between Sam Cooper and Shelby Farms Green Line. The front of the property is currently being used as a residence. The applicant acquired land from Tennessee Transportation, and they want to revert that for residential uses. It's consistent with Memphis 3.0 in terms of assessing vacant land and strategically assembling it for reuse. And the conclusion is that there are 3 parcels that we're rezoning. Directly abutting Waring Road contains a single-family residence. The remainder of the parcels are located to the rear of the home. As I mentioned, the applicant's intent is that the subject property will be redeveloped as single-family housing. It should be noted that once rezoned, the following housing types are permitted by right: single-family detached, which includes a conventional home, side yard house, and cottage, and single-family attached and semi-family attached, 2-family and townhouse dwellings. The surrounding land uses are single-family residential. The rezoning request is consistent with the development pattern in the vicinity. Staff recommends approval. That concludes our presentation.
Great. Thank you for your presentation. Dr. Warren.
Are the plans to develop townhomes there? And if so, have we discussed with the neighbors?
Cindy Reeves, SR Consulting, 5909 Shelby Oaks Drive, Suite 200. The plan is to market the property for sale. They had been acquiring the property, and then they got the excess right away from TDOT and thought that it was a good location for the RU1 zoning, and most likely whoever purchases it does have the right to do the townhomes, and that's probably what we would expect to be here just because of the close proximity to Sam Cooper. And we did talk with the neighbors that did attend the neighborhood meeting, and they did not have a problem with the townhouses. They had a problem if it was going to be apartments, and this is not going to be apartments. It would be.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Ms. Reeves, do you have anything else to say about the case?
No, sir. Thank you.
Great. All those in favor of sending item 7 downstairs in 2 weeks with a positive recommendation signify by saying aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Colleagues, thank you.
That is a rezoning, so this is first reading tonight. So.
Thank you.
Okay.
I wouldn't normally allow an item to go downstairs without being heard, but since it is accepting funds, I will allow item 1, since it was with same night minutes, to go downstairs and be heard this evening and not in committee. Okay, colleagues, nothing else before P&Z. We're adjourned.
Okay, so one quick announcement. We're going to start the full council meeting at 4:30. Executive will start at 3:30. See you all at 3:30. Council, let's go. on the agenda today. Item number 1 is a discussion regarding the ad hoc committee to examine Memphis Parks Management Agreement, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, the floor is yours. I'm gonna tell you a key word for today is brevity, because we do need to get downstairs.
Yes.
There's a lot of neighborhood associations ready to be recognized today.
I can honor
I
that
forgot to do
request.
something. My apologies. I'm
That's
trying to
okay.
rush. Yes. Ms. Johnson, you know what to do.
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman White. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Present.
Councilman Dr. Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilman Canale. Chair Smiley.
Absolutely here. Item number 1, discussion regarding the ad hoc committee to examine Memphis Parks Management, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. With that, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. What this will consist of is we would like to get a task force to look at and examine our management agreements with our city partners. It's been a minute since we kind of know the structure of what it actually looks like. And so I think this would be very transparent for our constituents. I've gotten a lot of emails regarding wanting to learn more about it, understanding the funding part of it, the CIP and the operating part of it. And so to be fair and to be open, and again, as I said, transparent, I would love for my colleagues to sponsor this with me, and we would proceed as meeting with each management agreement, discussing different avenues on different ways that we can navigate in being transparent on what's happening with the taxpayers' dollars, because these are this is the city-owned, and the taxpayers need to see and need to know what's happening. And thank you, Chairman.
So, in the rush to pivot the schedule, I don't have my book in front of me. Is there a resolution accompanying this?
Melvin is working on the resolution now.
Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do. I would recommend that we support this.
Thank you.
With no same 9 minutes, and give you 2 weeks to get with your staff.
Yes.
And bring it back, comes back into the committee to make sure we have a resolution.
That can be done.
All right. So quickly what she did is an ad hoc committee to look at the management agreements. My suggestion for this body is that we support it, because we like to support our council members when they're trying to be proactive. But we do need a resolution so we can know exactly what we're supporting. Yes. And my suggestion for this body is, we have any suggestions for this ad hoc committee? If you want to volunteer yourself to be a part of this ad hoc committee, please sign up. And the community, and get those lines cleared up. Any questions about this body? Hopefully not. All those in favor? Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. This item passes. Item number 2, discussion regarding hotel purchase and resolutions, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration, request the same 9 minutes. Couple things. I'm gonna ask a question, and I'm gonna let the council decide. I'm not gonna not try to do anything without talking to folks. What I would suggest, we do need to get downstairs. I know there's a lot of folks waiting on us. My suggestion is we send it downstairs with no recommendation, and we have our conversation in front of everyone, and we can deal with the item then. Anybody opposed to sending it downstairs with no recommendation? We talk about it then. Do y'all want to take a vote and discuss it now? All right. Is it opinion of the chair? No objections? This item will go downstairs with no recommendation. 1 and 2 went downstairs with no recommendation. Well, 1, we voted it up. 2 went downstairs with no recommendation. And I got to...
You read each of those? They're going to be added to the agenda.
All right, I need to... All right. So I need to read. Yeah.
Well, you've already done it. You can go to the...
So add on the holds. That brings us... That brings us to our add-on items and holds. Item number 3 and 4 are held until December 12, 2024. Items 2 and 5 will be held until November 12, 2024. Cool. Add-on items 23 and 28. A resolution approving 5-year lease for the use of the right-of-way on the south side of Lieutenant George, that's a typo, Avenue, consisting of 6 parking spaces in Memphis, Tennessee, 38103, District 7, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. Request for same 9 minutes. Item number 24, resolution transferring contract construction allocation of $4 million from Fire Station Improvement Cover Line Project number FS24100 and appropriate funds to contract construction costs for extraction install project number FS23103, gender separation. Project number FS25002 and Fire Station 38 renovation project number FS25005. All council district requests in 9 minutes. Item number 25, a resolution to accept and appropriate federal and national park service certified local government funds passed through the Tennessee Historical Commission for the City of Memphis Landmarks Commission and staff's training. All council districts sponsored by the administration requests in 9 minutes. Item number 26, resolution requesting the Memphis Center City Revenue Finance Corporation to issue economic development revenue bonds in a principal amount of not to exceed $30 million and to loan the proceeds thereof to the City of Memphis for all purpose of funding a portion of the project and for the other purposes set forth herein, consisting of the terms, typo, regarding the issuance, sale, and delivery of the economic development revenue bond and authorizing the City of Memphis to accept such borrowing from the City, Memphis Center City Revenue Finance Corporation for the purposes set forth herein, authorizing a preparation, execution, delivery of a trust, indenture, and a loan agreement and bond purchase documents with respect to finance and authorizing certain other matters and all necessary actions with respect to the foregoing District 7 Super District 8, sponsored by the administration as requested in 9 minutes. Item number 27, resolution to approve and accept $1.5 million in tourism surcharge revenue funds for the Center City Revenue Finance Corporation to be used and earn this money and for anticipating closing costs related to the purchase of the Sheraton Hotel, District 7 Super District 8, sponsored by the administration as requested in 9 minutes. A resolution approving transfer the city acquired interest in the Sheraton Hotel to the Memphis Center City Development Corporation, District 7, sponsored, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration, requested in 9 minutes. The 9 minutes are items are 8, 9, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28. Did I get all those right? All right. Does any member have anything before this committee? Nope. With that, this committee stands adjourned.
4:30.